who you chillin' with?
I'm chillin' with Monie.
Hey cousin, who you chillin' with?
I'm chillin' with Monie.
Hey cousin, who you chillin' with?
I'm chillin' with Monie.
Hey cousin, who you chillin' with?
I'm chillin' with Monie.
Hey cousin, who you chillin' with?
I'm chillin' with Monie.
Hey cousin, who you chillin' with?
I'm chillin' with Monie.
Hey cousin, who you chillin' with?
Hey cousins, what's going on, y'all? How's everybody feeling? Hope y'all are feeling good. Hope y'all feeling good. Please do me a favor, come on in, get comfortable, because we got some stuff we need to talk about today. Have a nice little list of things we can get into. So do me a favor on your way in. As you get comfortable, please smash the like button. It helps the channel. Doesn't cost you anything. Just smash that like button on your way in because we are in for a good stream. A good stream. You know, the other day we had like a 5-6 hour stream that it just turned into. It didn't even feel like we were talking that long. So let's see where this stream takes us today. I wanted to go live yesterday on Christmas, but I wasn't really feeling the best. I think I'm getting like a sore throat, and my nose has been a little stuffy. I think last stream it was stuffy as well, but I wasn't feeling the best yesterday. But I hope everybody had a good Christmas. I hope you got everything that you wanted. Hope you got some good food. Hope you were able to be with your family or just relax, you know? That's basically what I did. Try to, get some liquids and stuff in me. Kwani, shut the fuck up. Tell us don't get that weak immune system up, nigga. Shut up. But yeah, I'm feeling a little bit better today, but forgive me if you hear the sniffles and all of that. Your girl's trying to get right. But yes, smash that like button, smash that like button, smash that like button. I see we got a little bit over 50 people in here, so we should have 50 likes. Help your girl out. But let's see who up in here. Let me get back to the top. Hold on. Turn the comments on. Shout out to the cousins who are already leaving comments and liking the video. What's up, Smooth? Oh, Smooth was in the building at 10:36 this morning. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Regal Love was also in the building early this morning, letting her presence be felt. What's going on, cousin? Shout out to my mods holding down the chat. We got the subscriber feature on, so it should be nothing but cousins in here unless someone subscribes and then they can comment. I think after 5 or 10 minutes, but be on your best behavior. If not, the moms are gonna push you in the bushes. I already see Unapologetic. I see Demi in here. I see Kwani in here. So be on your best behavior, okay? All right. Also, too, we got the links to the merch. Check that out. Aqua Lover, what's going on, cousin? How you feeling? Hey Bing, what's going on? Charlotte in the building. TT up in here. Dante, what's going on? Raphael, hey cousin. Like I said, Demi in the building, representing. What's up, Jay? How you feeling? How you feeling? Nikki in the building. Tiffany in the building. What's going on, cousin? Don't be talking about my immune system, Kwani. I don't appreciate it. I really don't. um, Thank you, cousin. Thank you. Thank you. Got to hang out with the family and got some Christmas gifts and stuff like that. Perfect. Amazing. I know you've had like a good week. It was just your birthday, Christmas. So the gifts were just coming in for you. I love that. I definitely love that. Love child in the building. What's going on? I don't know if I said Charlotte, but shout out to Charlotte. Hey, Gyra girl. What's up, Raphael? Appreciate you contributing to today's goal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Hopefully, this stream we can hit the goal. But shout out to everybody who's going to support later on in the stream. Hey Ree, what's going on? What's up? Furry Productions, what's going on? Hey Jordan, how you feeling? Hey Leo, what's up? What's up? Thank you, cousin. Bills, what's up? What's up? Like I got a Kendrick Lamar poetry book, Muhammad Ali plaque, and cologne, and deodorant, and a sweatshirt, and a record player. Oh, you got some good gifts. I like these gifts. The people you around, they give you some good gifts. That's what I know. That's what I'm talking about. I love to get a good gift. Okay. But today, what we talking about today, y'all? What are we talking about today? So today I want to talk about I guess we could talk about Cardi B and Steffon Diggs, Tyler the Creator, 50 Cent versus the Let's Rap About It podcast. Tyler Perry apparently is getting accused of sexual assault again. Crazy. Lizzo, she recently spoke out about the Nicki Minaj situation. And I also saw that there's been some chatter about whether Nicki Minaj should or should not have a Grammy. So I wanted to discuss that with y'all to see how y'all feel. Do y'all think she's deserving of a Grammy? I actually wanted to look at her nominations because a lot of people like to say somebody deserves a Grammy, but they don't consider the people that they're going up against. So I wanted to pull her, I guess, her history, her file, her Grammy file, and we're going to look through them and see who she was up against and if it's reasonable or not, why she does not have a Grammy, even though she's been in the game almost 20 years. Okay. So I think that's a good topic to look at. What else? What else we got? Drake is apparently hinting at retiring. It could be an attention seeking thing, but we'll talk about that. And if y'all want to, once we get to the end of all of our topics, we can continue the Passing the Crown series. I think we got 3 episodes left. We watched the first 3 the other night. So if y'all want to continue once we're all done in our trending topics and we're not tired or anything, we can continue that. So yeah, let's get started. So let's get the most important shit out the way. I mean, the least important shit out the way. I'm not saying like niggas don't matter, but let's talk about the least important stuff, I guess. So first up, let's talk about Cardi B and Steffon Diggs. Like we know, Cardi B, she left Offset. He was repeatedly cheating on her. Got the girl fighting people. She's getting lawsuits. She's in court every other month, every other year. Just a whole lot of terrible shit. The nigga just couldn't stop cheating. He couldn't stop cheating. So Cardi B, I think this was like her second time filing for divorce. The first time She tried to stick it out, tried to make her marriage work. She has 3 kids with him. So I understand why she would try to make it work, try to fix it. But he just wouldn't stop cheating. And if a nigga's gonna not stop cheating, you just gotta dip, right? Cool. So she files for divorce again. He has not signed the papers. I don't know why he's holding up. He doesn't want to sign the papers, but she moved on with her life. She started to see other people. Now she's locked in with Steffon Diggs. Turns out Steffon Diggs was seeing Cardi B and he was seeing other women. Granted, if he's single, it's okay for him to see other women. I guess the problem is the fact that you're seeing all these other women, but you're having unprotected sex with all of them. You're just raw dog, raw dicking, everything that's not nailed down. What are you doing? STDs are real. STDs are real. But Steffon Diggs never heard of a condom. He doesn't give a fuck about condoms. And because he doesn't give a fuck about condoms, Steffon Diggs has multiple children, and they're all under 2 years old, which is so crazy to me. I've heard of Irish twins before. I've never heard of Irish triplets. Now, that's just mind-boggling to me. So, yesterday was Christmas, right? Cardi B, she always goes above and beyond for her children. One thing you can't say about Cardi B, you cannot like her, you cannot like her music, you could think she makes terrible decisions, but one thing about Cardi B, she's gonna take care of them fucking kids. She's gonna take care of her kids, and she's gonna take care of your kids if y'all together. That's one thing I loved about Cardi B when it came to Offset kids. She made sure to always include them. I remember, I think it was an Essence cover, and they just wanted her, Offset, and her kids on it. And Cardi B was like, no, we're gonna have them on the cover as well. But Steffon Diggs, he shared pictures of Cardi B, which is the son that they have together. They call him Baby Brim. We don't know what his name is, but he shared a photo of Cardi B. And then he also shared more photos. So he has another couple month-year-old baby. And the caption is, one of my boys' first Christmas. Cardi B got the other son. So this is one son. This is the second son. And then this is a daughter too. So he got 3 under like 5 months. This is beyond ridiculous, yo. Like, this is crazy. This is fucking insane. Nigga, have you never heard of a condom before? You've never heard of a condom? To have 3 kids under 5 at the same time, under 5 months, is insane. Like, what were you thinking? You're just out here living young, wild, and free. Fuck having kids, nigga. Have you never heard of an STD? Like, he was slanging more than them footballs. Listen, he was slanging balls, dick, ass, allegedly. They say he bisexual. That's his business. Some people like bisexual people. Cardi B is bisexual herself. I don't know, but just nasty, just trifling. And of course, the other people they're pretending to laugh. I guess they're laughing at her, but it's like, what can you laugh at? She chose to be with him. She chose to be with him. They're in a relationship. So I just think this entire thing is beyond bizarre. I don't know. It's just beyond bizarre to be able to have 3 kids and they're all under 5 months. Buy DL dudes, stay with multiple PMs. Is this like an overcompensating type of thing? They're trying to hide their sexuality, so they start to have unprotected sex with everyone. I guess you can say. I don't know. I'm not saying that's the truth or not, but It's just crazy. Yeah, she's definitely a wonderful mother. She definitely take care of them kids. I just let out an old auntie. I'm telling you, because this is just crazy. Time to they need to cut it off at this point. Cut it off at one point. That it's like just it just gotta go. All them kids then complain about child support. Yeah, he hasn't complained just yet. But I'm pretty sure those other two, at least, are definitely putting him on child support. If Cardi B is smart, she'll put his ass on child support too. Y'all ain't married. Y'all still y'all still getting to know each other. You know? I get it. You show up to his games, you looking cute, y'all taking the cute pictures, the matching outfits, the matching furs, and all of that. Y'all going out to dinner. He's claiming you. I get it. But put that nigga on child support. And I hope you able to get a good amount because clearly he has to split that NFL check 3-4 ways. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Kwani, it be on accident sometimes. Look at me. I'm not going there with you. I am not going there with you. Because you knew what you was doing. You know exactly how you got chicken nugget. So don't come in these comments telling me something it was an accident. It wasn't no accident when you climbed on that girl back. It was not no accident when you told that girl to get on top of you and ride it like a cowgirl. So get out my face. Not for me, but they seem happy. So who am I to judge? Exactly. They seem to be enjoying themselves. The kids are gonna be taken care of. So that's that. But it's Irish triplets, if that's even what you call it. I don't know. I feel if they like it, I'm over the moon about it. Yeah. I just know the discourse is gonna be so nasty if they ever break up. Like it's gonna be so nasty. Gonna cry in the doctor's office when his dick look like a payday bar. Ew. Yuck. What's up, Mr. Downs? It was worth it. I bet it was. Shout out to Chicken Nugget. And shout out to Groovy or Tony helping contribute to the goal. Thank you so much, cousin. I really appreciate that. Shout out to you. That's some baby listen type shit. Y'all are crazy. Y'all are crazy. But yeah, y'all, that's the Cardi B situation. I don't want to harp on this too long. God bless them. God bless those damn kids. I think the kids will be fine, but creating these broken homes is not cool. It really isn't. It really is not cool. But what we got next? So Tyler the Creator is making headlines. He recently just dropped another Christmas record, and I think last year too, he dropped a song on Christmas. I think it was um I'm That Guy, right? He dropped I'm That Guy last year on Christmas. So I don't know. Maybe this is becoming a routine thing for him where he'll probably drop something every Christmas since he's done it two Christmases in a row. But he dropped a new record called Sag Harbor on Christmas. And, instead of the little holiday jingles, Tyler is basically he's reflecting in the freestyle, I guess you can say. Um, and he's kind of using Christmas like a victory toast to the year that he's had. 2025 has been a good year for Tyler. I think he was nominated Apple Music's Artist of the Year. Personally, we've talked about it on the stream. I think like he had got snubbed a lot when it came to award season, but he ended the year as Apple Music's Artist of the Year because he released 2 albums within a year span. I personally don't think that was enough to give him Artist of the Year, but whatever. And in the track, he references that he's had 4 #1 projects in a row, with Don't Tap the Glass being the most recent one. So he's like calling himself a champion. He's tooting his own horn. He's very confident. Some of the bars are playful, but it's a lot of luxury talk, travel talk, and Tyler's signature humor or whatever. But I think when he's talking about his legacy, his perception, and he basically said that he wants to do stadium tours next. And I think Tyler can do that. I'm gonna play a little snippet, but I'm gonna have to put the speed up because y'all know copyright be on our ass. Let's see though.
I'm on the road to do a state. Got me emotionally regressing until then I'm polywog leaping in affection now. These girls got shit for
I don't know if there's like a song you would play all the time, but it's a decent freestyle, if anything.
Like what's the cheat? I ain't like they nature, so I had to switch the biome. They ain't seeing green from me, I'm switching to an iPhone. Fuck who y'all calling the best. I seen they ticket sales, give it a rest. They got y'all craniums heads. I'm on the road to doing stadiums next, but y'all keep counting me out.
So what I do like is that, what did he say? I tweeted this. He said, fuck who y'all calling the best. I seen that ticket sales, give it a rest. They got y'all craniums hex. I'm on the road to doing stadiums next, but y'all keep counting me out. What's the cheat code? Corny ass niggas still worried about the street code. So Tyler is making it clear, like he's not worried about popularity, the polls, or the streaming crowns, because at the end of the day, that shit don't really reflect nothing. And it's true because we, like I said, we've talked about it. A lot of these people who doing all of these streaming numbers, they tours looking real funny in the light. So you can do huge release numbers, but you still struggling to sell tickets. How is that possible? I just don't get it. I get it. The economy is fucked up a little bit, but when people like you, they will invest in you. They will buy those tickets. Because people are looking for something to get away from the economy being fucked up, their life being fucked up, and they will buy those tickets. But you got big artists, they going overseas and can barely sell out. Like, what's that about? And it's only in arenas. I don't want to say no names, but Anita Max Win, what happened to that tour? What happened with the tour? The tickets were just not selling. And Tyler can talk like this. Tyler can say, hey, I'm doing stadiums next because his Chromacopia tour landed him top 3 highest grossing rap tours of 2025 with $175 million gross, which is right behind Kendrick Lamar's Grand National Tour, which is at roughly like 370 million so far. I think there's like a few dates still need to be counted, but Tyler can talk that shit. I think Nelly was 3rd on that list, which is kind of funny because I didn't even know Nelly was on tour. The Where the Party At tour, I think they pulled in like $45 million gross at the end. But the niggas that y'all claim to be these big guys, the little babies of the world, they can't pack out arenas. People not pulling up to their tours. NBA YoungBoy surprised a lot of people this year, but they shouldn't have really been surprised because they show up for him. They gonna show up for him every fucking time. Those kids do not play about him. His YouTube numbers reflect it, but he showed up a lot of people this year with his tour. And Little Baby and y'all can't do what NBA YoungBoy just did, and y'all been out longer than him. Y'all supposed to be bigger artists than him. So I definitely can see a stadium tour next in Tyler's horizon. Stadium tours in hip hop are very, very rare. Tupac never did a stadium. Nas never did a stadium. DMX, Nelly, 50 Cent, they usually tour arenas. Drake never did a stadium. Jay-Z has done a stadium, but we know that's Beyonce's tour. Like, let's call a spade a spade. That's my goat, but that ain't his tour. Kendrick is the only rapper who has headlined 40 plus dates in a stadium. And now he got people feeling like, oh, maybe I can do that. Tyler's feeling like, maybe I could do that. I can attempt to do that possibly. And you can hear the influence. He saw Kendrick do it, and now he feels comfortable putting that on his vision board for 2026 or 2027. So good luck to Tyler. I definitely think he can do it. He has the fan base. I know he's kind of beefing with his fans right now, but I think he can pull it off. I think Tyler could do stadiums in certain regions or areas similar to Travis Scott. I honestly don't believe he could a full-blown stadium tour on his own. No disrespect. I feel that. I think he would need an opening act, especially if he's gonna go overseas more than likely. I definitely think he can't just go by himself. But if anybody was to do it, like if we line up all the rappers that are relevant right now, that's not named Kendrick Lamar, he would be the top 2 on my list to pick that could actually accomplish a stadium tour. So shout out to him for feeling confident. Solo in a crowd. Appreciate you so much, cousin, for contributing to today's goal. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Tyler can do it with his old fans. Exactly. That's probably why he has not cursed out his old fans. That's probably why he hasn't acknowledged, he cursed them out actually. But that's probably why he hasn't acknowledged the whole situation from earlier this year, because he's probably like, yeah, they get on my fucking nerve, but I still low-key need them. So, especially if I want to do stadiums. So I'm not going to really address that situation. I think he still should, but that would make sense why he hasn't. I think Tyler can do stadiums. It'll be close, but he's able. Yeah. I think one good project, one big project, I can see it, especially if he has a real legit rollout. He does interviews, not just dropping it on a random Monday or whatever. I think off of the back of a real good rollout, some good music videos, he can pull it off. Yeah. It seems like Kendrick is a huge inspiration these days if you think about it. From the music, the lyric references, tour setups, how Kendrick dresses, niggas want to dress like him. Aqua Lover. Shout out to you, cousin. You make a very good point. I think we've talked about this in the Discord as well, but you can see Kendrick's influence all over these rappers. And it's just funny to me how no one wants to give him his props for it. It's just funny to me. It's really funny to me. Like, you have people recreating his videos, even if his video was inspired by an older group, the Roots. We hadn't seen that style of video in a very long time. And because of Kendrick, you had Tyler, you had the clips go and recreate the video. You had what is his name? This nigga's name. I mean, he's not really important, but Reason. Even Reason has recreated some of Kendrick Lamar's music videos. Chris Patrick, he became a whole household name because of the Man in the Garden beat. Like, why are we not allowed to give Kendrick his 10s? You got people doing and such and such and Friends concerts now. That's what y'all doing? Like, y'all think we don't see y'all being influenced by him? And we're not supposed to call it out? And it's just so funny because these people want to tell you how someone is the number one guy, but y'all don't really be influenced by him. Y'all be influenced by the other guy. Funny to me. Just funny. Just so funny. And there's a whole bunch of other shit that I probably can't even think off the top of my head, but it is funny to see. Great point, Aqua. The reaction he received from the pop out probably also elicited it too. They were hyped for him at the Kia almost as loud as they were for Kendrick. Yeah, that moment, I know that moment felt good for him. I know that moment definitely felt good to Tyler because when you think about it, Tyler isn't a traditional rapper architect. Like when people talk about Tyler, they try to say, oh, he's not hip hop, he's not rap. But he keeps proving like he can rap at an elite level. Like he has a decent pen. He has a good pen, especially when he puts his mind to it. Between the freestyles last year, this year, his feature on POV, and his ability to be able to headline an arena consistently and sell it out, he's one of the few who can stand toe to toe with the best pen in rap and lead a full tour ecosystem. And people don't be trying to give him his props, but Tyler is a rapper at the end of the day. I know he's artsy and he does all the extra shit, you know, he's an artist, but he's hip hop, he's rap, whether y'all want to accept it or not. At the end of the day, and he's reminding everyone, if anyone in this generation of rap adjacent artists can headline a stadium organically and consistently, it's likely Tyler, the creator. So give that weird ass nigga his tens, show him some love, and stop playing. But yeah, Sac Harbor is a cool freestyle. I liked it. Shout out to Tyler. He's like at the ocean. He got his jewels on. He's feeling himself. So shout out to Tyler, the creator. With that, Tyler can do a multiple nights at SoFi. And I think he's already done that. Personally, I don't know if Tyler can do a stadium tour. It's gonna be hard to match Kendrick. Definitely. He definitely did. He really did. Tyler was nearly doing stadium numbers in his earlier days, so I wouldn't doubt him being able to do official stadium tours. Who is a school teacher? According to Day Free, he was signed to TDE. If you're being serious, he was signed to TDE. Cecil, thank you so much, cousin, for the support. W Monie and W Cousins enjoyed the festivities. Appreciate you so much, cousin. Thank you. Kendrick has made old rappers come back outside and spit some bars. Exactly. They know people are listening to lyrics again. Exactly. Joey and Friends is insane. Joey is one of the people who have been deep in Kendrick's nachos. Like, it's not even funny, bro. It's not even funny. From the battle with the West Coast to his performance at the late night talk show, and then then he had a music video that had a portion in it from that was a copy of Rigor Mortis. Like, he's been deep in Kendrick's nachos, and it's crazy to me. But again, if you call it out, nobody's copying Kendrick. Shut the fuck up, bro. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. I don't want to hear that shit. Even Upset was biting Dot. Offset, YG, Justin Bieber. Who else? Who else was it? Offset, Justin Bieber, Tyler recreated. I don't give a fuck what none of y'all say. Chromacopia is a remake of Mr. Morale. and the big steppers. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. Down to the visual, the visuals. Tyler had a physical mask, but Kendrick was telling y'all to take off the mask. And then he had a photo shoot as well where it was Tyler, a woman, and a child. They'd had pictures of that. But one thing about Tyler, I will say is he will let you know that he loved Mr. Morale album. And it makes sense how Mr. Morale influenced Chromacopia. But yeah, Justin Bieber went and got the same fucking photographer. Like he didn't even mix it up. He went and got the same fucking photographer. He said, we're gonna do the same poses. I'm just gonna not have a shirt on. I'm gonna have the couch. I'm a pose with my wife and my child. Like, just ripped it all off. And again, it's like when we say these things, we notice these things because we have two functioning eyes. Some of us wear glasses, so we got four eyes, and we see it. And now we wrong for mentioning it. Fuck out of here, bro. Even Drake tried to reheat Kendrick's nachos. First of all, Drake, why? Why did you even try it? First of all, he tried it with the live streams. He tried to be cryptic and drop all these fucking Easter eggs. And then the Nokia music video is a ripoff. Like, even you were copying Kendrick. None of you niggas have an original bone in y'all bodies. But we supposed to believe Kendrick Lamar is not the most influential rapper of our time right now? Where we got the nigga that he's beefing with recreating his music videos? Okay. All right. Sure. Okay. Sure. Appreciate the cousin Cisa donating again. Thank you so much. Catching up on 2 times cracked me up on the Steffon part. Yeah, Steffon need to be neutered. Steffon need to be neutered. But yeah, y'all. It's just funny. Worst album apparently, but all of y'all are recreating it. All right, cool. Cool. All right, I got it. But yeah, shout out to Tyler, the creator. I definitely think he can do stadiums next. Sag Harbor is a good freestyle. He's popping his shit. He's getting some shit off his chest, and I liked it. I really did like it. So shout out to him. Drake has a weird obsession with Kendrick Lamar. He does. His fans, they just can't let it go. And the crazy thing is, if they did let it go, I wouldn't have anything to fucking talk about. I wouldn't have anything to talk about because I only talk about shit that you do when it's ridiculous. Stop being ridiculous and I won't have nothing to talk about. And y'all won't ever have to hear my mouth. Y'all won't have to hear my mouth, but you just can't help yourself. You can't help yourself. What we got? Hey, Demi, thank you so much, cousin, for contributing to the goal. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you. Demi is our sponsor for the video so far, for the stream. Excuse me, I keep saying video. So far, but thank you so much. Then an Offset tried to recreate Mr. Morale talking to a therapist. Yeah, he did, and it failed. And it flopped. It flopped horribly. They gotta just be themselves. You can't, Offset especially, you can't put together a therapy album when you're not really going to therapy and you're not really taking the steps to heal yourself and fix yourself. It's a facade. And when it's not real, people can tell when you're fronting. And nobody is going to waste their time buying that bullshit when you're just lying. You're just doing it for the numbers and the money. That's why the album fucking flopped. If anything, if Offset was smart, he would have stuck with that Bodies record that with him and Jid, and he would have promoted that. That's the direction he should have gone. Because apparently rock is about to be back in style, right? Everybody's waiting to see what Beyonce is going to do. But I do see a lot of hip hop and new metal, rock and roll collaborations coming back around. Like a couple years ago, that was a very big thing. Linkin Park and Jay-Z. The Clips just was announced as an opener for Linkin Park on their tour that they have coming up. Offset, that would have been smart for you and Jit to continue on. The performance on their late night talk show was phenomenal. Great record. But you niggas don't stick with your rollouts. Y'all don't stick with your rollout. Y'all just try shit. And if it doesn't get you the results that you wanted right away, y'all just move on to the next thing. That's what's so great. And I hate to always relate shit back to Kendrick Lamar, but when you're the bar and when you're the standard, unfortunately, you niggas are going to be compared to him, and we're going to show you why y'all are failing. Every single era, Kendrick Lamar gives us someone different, and he commits to it. He puts his effort into it. He shows us this is what you're getting, and you're either going to enjoy it or you're not. I'll see you next round. But y'all niggas just try shit, and when it don't work, the first week, y'all ditch it. Y'all will never be successful because y'all are doing shit just to do it. Y'all not doing it because you like it and you feel like this is worth putting the effort into. And that's just unfortunate. That's just unfortunate, but whatever. That's y'all. Yeah, that's a classic. That's a classic. Rest in peace to Chester. Not gonna lie, I might have to fly overseas to see Clips in Linkin Park, my fave band and one of my favorite rap duos. That's gonna be crazy. I hope it turns into something more than just them opening up on tour with them, because I do recall Malice saying that he's like a big rock fan, and I think it would be pretty cool if they did a couple songs together, like brand new songs together, or remixing their existing songs. Could you imagine Linkin Park on FICO? Could you imagine that? Linkin Park on Mike Tyson Blow to the Face. That would be crazy. Kind of how they did with is it Encore? Is it Encore with Linkin Park and Jay-Z? I think that was a couple songs, but I would like to hear that. I think they should do that. I think May can do a good job combining rap and rock. When she did Coachella earlier this year, she gave off rock star vibes. I think Meg could do any genre, honestly. She killed going into the K-pop world. She killed it. The song Mamushi was very popular. I think Meg is one of the artists who could tap into different genres if they really put their mind to it. Great record, but I don't want Jid to associate himself with Offset. Like, cousin said, cut it. Not happening. A lot of these rappers copied out. Yeah, man. Monie, did you see that Kendrick spoke to the game from the future on Last Real Niggas Alive? Oh my God. Shout out to KL Sounds. KL Sounds be supporting the channel. But yes, cousin. I saw that. Actually, I'm laughing because I literally just had this conversation in the freaking Discord. I literally just had this conversation in the Discord because someone on Twitter, shout out to my mutual, and this is not to blast anybody or anything like that, but my mutual also asked me this same question. And they sent me a tweet of somebody else. The tweet was Deleted's tweet, and he was highlighting this song, and he was saying how he didn't see anybody talk about this song, so he was saving it in the tuck. Cool, right? But mind you, we spoke about this, and I think he said he didn't see anybody on YouTube talk about it. He didn't see any tweets about it, and I just had to laugh because 3 weeks ago I spoke to y'all about this song. I don't know, maybe you just weren't in the stream, but I spoke about the Last Real Nigga Alive song because I knew JCon was full of shit, and it's just very annoying. Not that you're annoying, not that Deleted's annoying or anybody else is annoying, but it's just annoying when people tell me about stuff that I've already spoken about to the cousins. Again, not everyone will be in my stream. Not everyone hears everything I say. I know a lot of y'all don't want to hear from women at the end of the day, right? Especially when it comes to hip hop. And I get that, but I fuck with the people who do fuck with me and who actually watch my streams, who actually watch my videos. But it is very annoying when people come and tell me about something that I've already spoken about 3 weeks ago, a year ago. Like this isn't the first time this has happened. Like, you know what? I'm gonna give you an example. I'm gonna show the proof. I'm gonna show the proof that I spoke about this. Hold on, y'all. Let me go to my YouTube. We spoke about this. I'm gonna go to the live. Here it is. I said 3 weeks ago, but it was it's coming up 2 weeks ago, but it was December 9th. Hold on. I like to do timestamps sometimes. Hold on. The game. Ass. Fuck you want to call it. I don't even know what it is, but he allegedly dissed Kendrick on not one, not two, but apparently 4 different songs. He's allegedly took jabs and he's talking about who isn't the king of the West. He's mentioning streams. He's talking about the Grammys. He said something about both of y'all lost the battle or something like that. And then he's airing out his old grievances towards like Dr. Dre not being at the pop out. Just a lot of subliminals, but he just popping real big shit. And as y'all know, like a week or two ago, I think it was a week or two ago, 2T's called the game out because he allegedly he wanted to sign Kendrick. 2T's called him out. Lux called him out. Well, Lil L, he called him out, Kendrick's best friend, and he don't really be talking. So you got 2 people who don't even talk video shit, and they go onto the internet. They fed up. The game is trying to apply. He wanted to sign Kendrick before he blew up, and I just want the game to be serious for once. Like, please. Yes, the game was cool with TDE back in the day. Yes, the game, you worked with J-Rock and you brought him on tour. Kendrick was J-Rock's hype man, so of course he tagged along. But what the game and his fans are not going to do is rewrite history like the game put Kendrick on. You did not do that, buddy. You did not do that. And y'all love bringing up this fucking mixtape. Y'all love bringing up this little mixtape that had 138,000 other rappers on it and treating it like Game personally anointed Kendrick Lamar. That's not what happened. That's not the truth. Y'all cannot rewrite history. Y'all cannot do that. And I'm for sure am not gonna let you do that. Okay? Especially because Kendrick is the type of artist, he documents everything. He documents everything in his music. And he talked about this himself on an old song called, what is it called? Realest Nigga Alive in 2009, where he says he gave his tape to a barber that was close to the game. He checked back in. The barber said Game did not like his music. Granted, Kendrick didn't know if the barber was telling the truth or not, or if the barber just never passed his tape along. But either way, there was never any Game to Kendrick pipeline. Like, Game, you were not trying to sign Kendrick. Game has even gone on record to say that he told Kendrick to change his name from Kendrick Lamar to Gay Dot. So basically, y'all get the point that I'm that I'm trying to make. Again, this isn't to single chaos sounds out or anything like that, but again, it's just very annoying. It is so annoying when people come and tell me shit that I've already spoken about. This happened with this. This happened. What else? What else happened? A bunch of other times. I can't even think off the top of my head. Even the other day, I just got some comments about my What's the Dirt video, and I don't even want to bring him up, but I got some comments like, how come I never seen him? Like, you cooked him the best out of everybody, but you don't got that many views. I think it was like 20K views on it. And it's like, that just seems to be a reoccurring theme with me. People know me, right? But they don't really want to be listening to me. And maybe that's my fault. Maybe I gotta do some more groundwork out this bitch or whatever. But it's just annoying. It's just very annoying. But shout out to KL Sounds. I do appreciate you, cousin. I appreciate you for thinking of me to put me on to something, even though it's something that I've already discussed. But shout out to you. Because again, like I said, you always support the channel. You send donations, all of that. So thank you. Sisa, Monie, you're ahead of the curve on a lot of things. We appreciate you for that. Thank you, cousin. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. But yeah. Yeah, but anyway, let's continue on. We don't need to harp on that. And shout out to Deleted. Again, like I said, a lot of people don't want to listen to women. They want to listen to the men. They want to hear from the men. And I get it. So, but there are some men who has shown me love as well. But then there's a lot of niggas who, anytime I have an issue on YouTube, it's always with some niggas. Only one time there was well, it wasn't my issue, but a woman had an issue with me, and she ran to a nigga who had the issue with me, but that ain't my fucking business. But there are some guys who have shown me love. Shout out to Curtis King. Shout out to DJ and Skip. Shout out to Justin Hunt. Shout out to Deleted too. Me and him have had conversations. I think like one or twice. We've had a personal phone call before. But I'm just gonna continue to do what I do, make my content, and fuck with my cousins who fuck with me at the end of the day. But I don't want to say stop recommending me stuff, but at least go check to see if I talked about it first. I don't know. I don't know how you can rectify that shit. Not 37 niggas. That's still crazy that he even thought that was okay to say. Like, you really thought we were gonna be like, oh yeah, Drake is saying nigga 37 times because of his birthday. Just stupid. Just so fucking stupid. But next up, let's get into this 50 Cent versus the Let's Rap About It podcast. The old niggas are fighting. The vets of hip hop are fighting. Everybody want to get in on the beefs, apparently. So now it's time for the old heads of New York to go at it. So for context, because I don't know if I can play the freestyle, but for context, what happened is the Let's Rap About It podcast, which is Mano, Fabulous, Jim Jones, and Dave East, they recently weighed in on ethics, I guess you could say, of documentaries being produced without the subject of the documentary's approval. And I guess the timing of that conversation aligned with 50 Cent and Netflix releasing their The Reckoning Sean Combs documentary. which that's a good question though, because so should a documentary require consent from its subject? What do y'all think? Like, should people have to get consent from the subject that they plan to talk about? How do I feel about that? I think in cases involving like heinous crimes and public convictions, I think there's a reasonable argument that those stories serve a bigger purpose beyond it just being like entertainment. Like a Diddy documentary was, I guess, I get it, it's entertaining, right? But it's a real story and it can bring awareness, it can bring accountability, and it can also probably be prevention for other people to not be stupid enough to do the things that Diddy was doing, right? So, and I feel like once your actions cross into like criminal harm, the public conversation automatically outweighs a person needing to get approval, if that makes sense. I think that makes sense. But again, so 50 Cent got upset that they were having this conversation on their podcast. He feels like he interpreted that discussion they were having was a shot at him directly. And he responded by alleging all four of them, Fabulous, Jim Jones, Mano, Dave East, they collectively owed more than $250,000 in unpaid studio and building fees to the podcast's recording space. I think he even went as far as to get on the phone with the owner of the studio space, just being petty, shady ass 50 Cent. And the person, I guess, that was on the phone was the building's owner. And they basically validated the claims that they owe all of this money. Now, I don't know if it's been verified or not, but they responded saying it's bullshit. The allegations are not true. They laughed at being called squatters. And instead of going back and forth on the internet, what I like is that they actually went to the booth. They said, fuck the back and forth, fuck the memes, fuck the alleged phone calls, fuck the Photoshop, let's rap. And I can respect that. Even though I don't want to hear from these old ass niggas, I still respect the fact that they took it to the booth. They took it to the booth and they got some bars off. So let's see if we could play this. I sped it up a little bit, but I'm going to just go through this. I think, honestly, I'm not going to play this whole thing. I think Fabulous had the best response out of all three. If I had to put it in order, I would go from least to best. I would go Mano, Jim Jones, Dave East, and then Fabulous. I think they actually went in the correct order.
These young boys get light before they 21. Before I get my right it's cool, cause stars shine when it's nighttime. These internet niggas throwing shots, pick the right time. I got time today, a hustler gonna find a way. Being fly team citizen, yeah, hey, rap about it. Ain't no age for being fly team citizen. I still got connects, my young boys carry guns that can stop a jet. Go through birds through the coop, but I still got the set. Fuck 'em, fuck about the ass, we will whip your head. My YNs is doing tips, that's nothing but a 7. When I was young, I was doing quarter bricks. Actually, before the gram, we was taking rich quarter flicks. GG.
White rice and corn, mama did the string beans. Just for my niggas in Clinton Green, a sing. I seen a different kind of magic than Kareem seen. Powder turn into a rock without a green screen. On the rooftop like a Nino and G thing. Expensive dinner type bitches knowing they eat wings. 600 Benzes and Beamers, it's street stream. Free sling, lately I'm sipping, I got it different. Actually pop.
Can't move us, but nah, we not squatters. They mad cause we fly and niggas cannot swat us.
Hold on, I'm gonna have to take this off the speed for Fabulous.
Get it to the head from bottom to top's Prada. Them window shoppers ain't really gon' cop nada. My dog told me give him the word and shots follow. Snoop in a drop collar, screaming let me ride. Them youngins got diabolic. They will leave your whip leaning like they pop hydraulics. None of my ops salad, they singing the cops ballads. None of them want beef, they ordered a chopped salad. Childish, how is these bum ass niggas speaking with stylists when I was so fly? It made my bitch a stylist.
Now that was a shot at academics, I believe. Tweezo, am I right? That's a shot at academics. The how is the niggas talking about style when basically the way he dressed made Emily B a stylist. If you know, you know. Emily B was a stylist. She used to dress fabulous. He used to be one of the top dressed rappers, especially from New York, for a very long time. Unfortunately, he rearranged her teeth and she ended up leaving. So now he be looking a mess. She don't dress that nigga no more. But I think academics was talking about how they dress young, I guess, for their age. I don't know. That bitch wouldn't be able to tell me shit. Don't talk about my clothes or anything, bitch. Don't say nothing about me. So I think that was definitely a shot at academics. Fab was sending shots at 50 and AK2. Okay, perfect. Thank you. I knew I wasn't tripping. But Jim Jones rapped like he having an aggressive conversation. Y'all are too funny, bro. Yeah, I think there should be consent, but ultimately the world needs to hear this and be aware to prevent and protect kids as well as adults from current and future nonsense. I can agree with that. What's up, Tweezo? What's up, cousin? Let's see who else. No, consent is not needed for documentary. LOL, 50 is totally emotional. A cancer like me. The emotions are cousin. I love the self-awareness. Fab was the only one whom got me tuned in. Yeah, I think Fab had the best bars.
They can't stop us from scoring, they gotta foul us. Can't stop us from scoring. Hey, we met at a pop gala, I call her the top scholar. She come and drop knowledge like she from a top college.
Shout out to Fab. I feel like the subject matter is accurate, factual, and truthful. Nope. Okay. 50 want to call people emotional all the time, but he's sure moving like he emotional. You ain't gonna do all this if you're not in your feelings. Yeah. Definitely a light jab to Acadiddy by Jabulous. He's so stupid. Academics talking about age is crazy. Dude looks 40, like pipe down about age. Definitely 50 is emotional, but monetizes it. Yeah, so again, like I said, I appreciate them actually going to the booth instead of getting on the internet and tweeting about the shit. Now, my thing is 50. What are you gonna do? Like, you have to respond. This was dropped yesterday on Christmas. I think we're like almost 15 hours out and you haven't responded yet. They like putting niggas on the clock, right? Are we putting 50 Cent on the clock? Does he need to respond within the next 24 to 48 hours? And if he does not respond, the Let's Rap About It podcast won. And let's be real, this is actually a real 20v1. This is a real 20v1, Drake. This is a real 20v1. And I don't feel bad because 50 started it. He started it. He definitely started this. So 50, I don't want to see no memes. I don't want to see no photoshopped. I don't want to see no tweets. We want you to get in the booth. Let's rap about it. We need you to rap, Unc. That's all we want you to do. We don't want you to do nothing else. You are on the clock. Acadiddy style. I don't think this deserves a response from 50. Why not? If 50 Cent can play the internet games, if 50 Cent can call people, he can put up the Photoshop pics on his Instagram and on his Twitter, why can't he respond with bars? Why can't he? It's probably gonna suck. Again, I don't want to hear these old ass niggas rap, but He ain't above responding. He is not above responding. He ain't, in my opinion. Exactly. He started it. So give us something. Give us a little 3-minute freestyle, 50. They say this is a big rich town. I just come from the poorest part. Bright lights, city lights, I gotta make it. This is where it goes down. Give us something, 50. What's up, Night Night? What's going on? The rapping is awesome for us, but pointless as far as what they are in differences about. Yeah, it's all silly, but fuck it. Fuck it, right? The world about to come to an end. Let's go out with a bang at this point. Money, I don't want to hear Windows Shopper 3000. 50, don't respond and move on. 50 is not responding. He's tweeting. Okay, East Coast Umar Johnson. Y'all are so funny. 50 will be posting memes instead of rapping. Exactly. That's what he gonna do. Being holding down the clock. What's up, Dante? How you feeling? Mr. Towns, I don't want to hear 50 Cent this song in 2025 or in the future. Dang, y'all don't think 50 could do it? Y'all think Curtis can do it? I want to hear old 50 because 50 got some fire freestyles from way back. Definitely. Him and Ja Rule, not well, Ja Rule, yeah. But him and Jadakiss got busy at one point. They got real busy. Now this Rapper 2025 is coming. 50 gotta get him, or he gotta shut the fuck up or stop posting slick shit about them. The rapper with Uncle Murda. You think he'll jump on Uncle Murda's wrap up? That would be funny. That would be a great way to respond. It definitely would be a great way to respond. Hey, Latrice. Shout out to the cousin Latrice. She gifted 50 Chilling with Monie memberships. Shout out to the cousin. If you got a membership, please show Latrice some love. W's in the fucking chat. Thank you so much, cousin. I appreciate that. 50 big dog memberships. I know that's right. And this is perfect because we are going into 2026 and we are going to have some exclusive members only live streams and content. So shout out to the cousin for that. I appreciate you. 50 is not going to respond. He's going to be posting memes. Yeah, see, we all on the same page. We know he is not. He ain't gonna respond like that. We know. Hey, Latrice, back to back. Latrice is handling business out here. Latrice is officially the sponsor of today's stream with the 50 Big Dog. Happy holidays, Monie in chat. Thank you so much, Latrice. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. 50 gifted memberships and a $50 super chat. Thank you so much. Latrice out here handling business for the holidays. I know that's right. Hey, Alana, what's going on, cousin? Big dog donation. For sure. But y'all, we shall see. We shall see if 50 Cent gonna respond. I'm pretty sure he gonna just send a fucking meme. That's it. I'm pretty sure he gonna send out some memes, and that's all we should be expecting from 50 Cent. Whatever at this point. Next up, I guess we gotta go into a more serious topic. Tyler Perry is being accused of sexual assault again, y'all. Crazy. Now Miss Nola Honey told him drop. But yeah, y'all, Tyler Perry, the Hollywood Reporter, is reporting that Tyler Perry was sued for sexual assault by a new accuser, an actor in a Madea movie, Mario Rodriguez, who was told to audition for one of Perry's movie seeks at least $77 million from the filmmaker and Lionsgate. Perry has denied the allegations. What is up with people? What is up? This is the second actor who was a part of Tyler Perry's productions, shows, movies that have come forward and alleged this. Let's listen to this article. Oh, I can listen to the article. Let's listen to it.
Tyler Perry sued for sexual assault by new accuser, an actor in a Medea movie. Mario Rodriguez, who was told to audition for one of Perry's movies, seeks at least $77 million from the filmmaker and Lionsgate. Perry has denied the allegations. Tyler Perry has been sued for sexual battery by an actor who appeared in Boo! A Medea Halloween and accuses the entertainment mogul of multiple instances of assault across several years at his Los Angeles home. Mario Rodriguez, in a lawsuit filed on Thursday in California state court, claims that Perry subjected him to unwanted sexual advances, including one occasion in 2018 in which the filmmaker tightly hugged him and grabbed his penis. In a statement, Alex Spiro, a lawyer for Perry, denied the allegations. Having recently failed in another matter against Mr. Perry, the very same lawyer has now made yet another demand from more than a decade ago which will also be a failed money grab, he told The Hollywood Reporter.
Yes, this will be his second accusation. The first time I believe it was a white guy. Not that his race matters or anything like that, but I believe, from what I remember, it was a white guy. I think he was on one of the shows, maybe one of the BET shows. Don't quote me, please don't quote me. But now this guy allegedly was a part of his Boo! A Medea Halloween movie. And in a statement, Alex Spiro, a lawyer for Tyler Perry, denied the allegations, having recently failed in another matter against Mr. Perry. The very same lawyer has now made yet another demand from more than a decade ago, which will also be a failed money grab. So Tyler Perry is saying that this person has attempted this previously, but that don't make sense because Boo came out recently, right? Didn't Boo come out in recent years? Maybe in the last 3 to 5 years? Or maybe I'm reading that wrong. The complaint is the second filed against Perry, accusing him of leveraging his power in Hollywood to assault aspiring male actors in his orbit. Derek Dixon, who appeared in The Oval and Ruthless. Yeah, I knew it was one of those BET shows. Sued Perry in June, alleging that the mogul pinned him against a wall and groped him. Derek also had a lot of text messages as well that were allegedly between him and Tyler Perry. And Tyler Perry was like dropping hints about like being horny and all types of shit. That sounds like an AI audio on the Hollywood Reporter. Yeah, it's definitely AI. They're just reading the script. That's why I stopped playing it, because that shit is annoying. But this person is seeking $77 million. According to the lawsuit, a gym trainer at Equinox in Los Angeles approached Rodriguez in 2014 and told him that Perry asked for his phone number to discuss an acting role. That day, if you're in a gym and someone walks up to you and say, "Hey, I want to discuss an acting role for you," I would wonder, like, okay, what is the acting role for? And how do you know I act? How would you know? Is this a porn? Like what? That day, Perry allegedly called and told Rodriguez that he should audition for the role of a good-looking college student on Boo! A Medea Halloween. You know, Mario, I'm not a bad person to know and have in your corner, Perry said, per the complaint. So he's saying that Tyler Perry was like, I'm a good person to know. You know, they like to say you should have connections in the industry and work and all of that, but that seems just very predatory. That just seems very predatory. After auditioning for and accepting that part, Rodriguez was invited to Perry's Los Angeles home. The lawsuit said, never go to a person's home. We can go to the studio where the auditions take place. I don't need to go to your house. There, they had drinks before going to his theater room to watch a movie. Perry allegedly put his hand on Mr. Rodriguez's legs and began rubbing his inner thigh right next to his penis, the lawsuit claims. Rodriguez excused himself for the restroom, but Perry persisted. According to the complaint, man, if you would just come, I would take care of you for the rest of your life, and you wouldn't have to worry about anything, the filmmaker said, the lawsuit claims. I know you'll come around. That's crazy. I know you'll come around. It's insane. Out of pocket. Out of pocket. If, again, these are allegations, y'all. We don't know if it's to be true. But again, this is his second victim to come forward. According to the complaint, Perry reached out to Rodriguez again in 2018 and said he wanted to meet for dinner at Mastro's. Is it Mastro's? I don't know. Maestro's Steakhouse in Beverly Hills to discuss the role in the Oval. After the pair left for Perry's home, where the mogul tightly hugged Rodriguez and told him to hold on while trying to unbuckle his actor's pants. What? Tyler, you are beyond freaked out. Mr. Perry reached into Mr. Rodriguez's underwear and grabbed his penis, writes Jonathan, a lawyer for Rodriguez who also represents Dixon. Okay, so this lawyer is representing two people, the two people who accusing Tyler Perry of this. Mr. Perry was making sexual moaning noises and saying, stay here, while he pressed his body against Mr. Rodriguez and continued to grab his penis. This is crazy. After Rodriguez freed himself, Perry apologized and gave him $5,000, the lawsuit said. On another occasion in 2019, Perry grabbed Rodriguez's hand and placed it on his penis. The lawsuit claims, if you were to just be with me, I would take care of you and you wouldn't have to ever worry about anything, Perry told him, alleged the complaint, which notes that Rodriguez declined the overture and was given $5,000. So far, he's taken $10,000 from Tyler Perry. So far. $5,000 one incident and $5,000 another incident. Taking money was not. Delisha, I would put you in timeout. I would put you in fucking timeout, bro. Ain't no party like a Medea party is insane. Rodriguez, who also appeared in The Family Business and is a model, says in the lawsuit that he decided to sue after learning of Dixon's claims. So, unfortunately, he allegedly got assaulted multiple times. Each time he got assaulted, he received $5,000, which came to $10,000 so far, and he continued to work for Tyler Perry. And then he decided to file a lawsuit when he saw Derek Dixon filing his lawsuit. He realized that Mr. Perry was continuing to use his power and influence to sexually assault hopeful actors, and with the voice of others, decided that it was time to tell his story to obtain justice and to finally stop Mr. Perry. I don't know, y'all, what y'all think. I mean, it's not our decision to make if this is legit or not, but Dixon's lawsuit, which was originally filed in California State Court, has been moved to federal court in Georgia. So, y'all, again, Tyler Perry is being accused of SA for the second time by another one of his paid actors. Child, I wish people would just stop being overly freaky. Like, just stop it, bro. If people don't want you, people don't want you. Don't tell them how you could change their life. Don't tell them that you can give them money. None of that. Go find somebody that will actually like you. I mean, you're fucking Tyler Perry, bro. There are some twinks out there, some bottoms that will give you exactly what it is that you're looking for. Why are you going for the men who don't want to fuck with you? They just need a job. Come on now. Come on now. I'm pretty sure there is definitely somebody out there who would allow you to take care of them. If that's your shit. Has Tyler Perry come out as gay? I don't believe so. I don't believe he's come out as gay yet. Exactly. Get a good person and settle the fuck down. That should be the goal. That should be the fucking goal. To find somebody that actually loves you, likes you, even if they pretending, at least be good at the shit, bitch. Earn your money, earn your keep. He married? I had no idea Tyler Perry was married. Fucking shocker to me. Is Tyler Perry married? No, Tyler Perry is not currently married. Though he was in a long-term relationship with Jalila. I don't know who that is. And they have a son. They separated in 2020. And Perry has kept his current relationship private. Kayla, he is not married, girl. he has a child with her, but he's not married. Tyler Perry is going down at 50 cents next. Night be cracking me up because when his mind is set on some shit, he ain't playing. And it's gonna come to fruition. Yeah, he not married. According to Google, he not married. Yeah, girl, she left. She got tired of fighting with other niggas. She cannot compete where she don't compare. So she just said, hey, we got to separate. Shout out to the cousin Cisa. TP, Tyler Perry is too freaked out. Medea's a fantasy to him. Listen, could you imagine you about to get it on and then he start moaning like Mabel? That would disgust me. Hello? That would disgust me. That would disgust me, man. Meet the Perrys coming soon. Your son's a sick man with sick thoughts. I think niggas like him should die. I can't. Well, this isn't a laughing matter. Stop laughing, Monie. This is not something to laugh at. But we shall see. I'll keep it in tune, and keep y'all updated about what's the next steps, what's happening. What we got? Okay, so next up, we got Lizzo calling out or talking, giving her 2 cents on Nicki Minaj's latest shit that's going on. Not Kayla saying hey to Tweezo. Is hell freezing over? I don't know. But yeah, let's listen to what Lizzo had to say about Nicki Minaj.
So I'm getting texts like about Nicki, and I'm like, what are you talking about? I didn't even know. Then, I researched and saw what was going on. And I'm gonna say it like this: celebrities' opinions of other celebrities does not matter. I'm telling you, it doesn't matter. So my opinion of her does not matter. But what I will tell you is you're about to see an influx of people who see that it is more profitable and more beneficial to join that side. You're going to see it. It already started. And it's going to continue. This is his first year. This is Trump's first year as president. We got 3 more years of people who are going to surprise you. And it's going to hurt your feelings and it's going to disappoint you. And you have to know that, like, there's money in everything. There are privileges behind every move people in these positions make. And I'm not surprised.
So that's what Lizzo had to say about Nicki Minaj and her most recent antics of rooting for Trump, calling him handsome and dashing, showing up to Turning Point USA, where she's being clearly transphobic, which is alarming because her fan base is filled with nothing but the alphabet gang. That's basically her entire fan base is alphabet gang. But you get on these platforms and you talk about, oh, be boys, girls be girls. You get on this platform, you talk about Christians are being slaughtered in Nigeria, just pushing all types of propaganda bullshit. And you've just been acting out. And Lizzo makes a great point. Like, these people are desperate. Times are hard. And they're willing to do anything and everything, especially when there's money involved. And as we know, Nicki Minaj is going through a very hard time right now. Her house is allegedly going to be taken from her. She's I don't know if she's embarrassed or not, but she does not like the fact that we all know that her husband is a registered sex offender. I mean, we just saw the mugshot, his most recent mugshot that was updated on her birthday, which is crazy in the state of California. We know that she supported her brother, who is also a pedophile, who's in jail serving 25 to life for trigger warning, assaulting, molesting his 11-year-old stepdaughter at the time repeatedly. Nicki Minaj has gone on air or wherever she was having a conversation, and she said that they tried to blackmail her brother, tried to blackmail her. If she would have gave them a certain amount of money, it would have went away. She said that the little girl in her family, they will be cursed or whatever she said. She just said a lot of nasty things. She continuously aligns herself with men that are not good, men that are deviant. 6ix9ine had just got charged with raping a 14-year-old girl on video, and then she goes and gives him multiple features. Like, she just continues to show like she has a natural allegiance to sexual offenders. And now she's repping Donald Trump, who is allegedly all in the Epstein files, who's on record saying that he likes to grab women by their vaginas and that they let him do it because he can do it. She's just a weirdo. She's just a weirdo. And Lizzo is cooking. She's speaking nothing but facts. And of course, Nicki's fans are attacking her, calling her fat, calling her this, calling her that. Bro, we don't give a fuck. We don't care. Lizzo can be fat as long as she's not married to a sex offender. Bitch. I'm pretty sure Lizzo would rather be fat than to marry a sex offender. I'm pretty sure Lizzo would rather be fat than being about to lose her home. I bet Lizzo would rather be fat than having to suck Donald Trump dick for possible pardons and to feel like you have some sort of power because you feel like hip hop has left you on the back burner. You feel like hip hop has abandoned you. And rightfully so, hip hop has abandoned you because allegedly you've been a terrible person behind the scenes. Wherever you went, you were not a kind person to work with. So why would people go out of their way to champion for you? You're upset because you've seen Jay-Z bail a lot of other rappers out. You're upset because Jay-Z was willing to put up millions of dollars to help Lil Wayne with his taxes after Lil Wayne sold your catalog for a cup of lean and hot Cheetos. You're upset about that. You're upset that you've seen Jay-Z come to DMX's defense as well. Jay-Z has helped a lot of people. Jay-Z has gotten Meek Mill out of jail. And you're probably upset because you feel betrayed because when you needed help, he didn't come to your defense. And bitch, why would he? We're talking about sexual assault. We're talking about pedophilia. Why would Jay-Z stamp that? Why would he? That's one thing he's not going to stamp. If you needed someone to come to your defense, you should have called Dwayne Carter. If you needed someone to come to your defense, you should have called Aubrey Graham. That's your team. But no, you're upset with Jay-Z. You're upset because, one, he never signed you. We all know you were obsessed with Jay-Z. You named the pink print after the fucking blueprint. People, for some reason, people don't know that. People think the pink print is just some shit that she came up with. No, the pink print was named after Jay-Z's album, The Blueprint. Nicki Minaj has always wanted to be the first lady of Rockefeller Rock Nation. And she's upset at the fact that Jay-Z decided to come to Megan's defense. When Megan was going through her shit with Karl Lagerfeld and it's not Karl Crawford, excuse me. Karl Lagerfeld is dead. God, is it? Yeah, is he dead? Yeah, I think so. But Karl Crawford, when Megan needed help getting away from her old label, Jay-Z came to her defense and put her on Rock Nation management. Beyonce did the Savage remix with her. You've been upset about that. You've been pissed about that. Because you're supposed to be the queen of rap and you feel like people don't treat you like one. And that's just your doing at the end of the day. That's your doing. You can't be mad at nobody but yourself. You burned a lot of bridges allegedly behind the scenes. I don't know them all, but those have been the rumors for a very long time. Even when you were on American Idol with Mariah Carey, you were disrespecting Mariah Carey. That's what you do. You disrespect women repeatedly. Every time you're in some shit, aside from this Jay-Z situation, even with the Jay-Z situation, you attack Megan, you attack Desiree Perez, you call Desiree MAGA, and here you are, sucking MAGA dick. Here you are. You had your fans harassing Desiree Perez because she got a pardon from him. Lil Wayne also got a pardon from Donald Trump. But you ain't got no beef with Lil Wayne, but you want to harass Desiree Perez because she's associated with Jay-Z. And your fans are so dumb, they don't put two and two together. They just don't. But shout out to Lizzo. Shout out to Lizzo. Every time you get into some shit, it's usually you versus other women. Every single time. You ignore the shit that Lil Wayne never has your back. Have y'all noticed that? Lil Wayne, if only maybe one time probably, but Lil Wayne never comes to her defense. Ever. Drake, never. Drake be featuring with all her ops. You just got into a beef with Lotto. And you going back and forth with Lotto over the internet. And Drake says let me go do a feature with Lotto. Let me go write all over her album. But you never have any problem with that. Girl, you need help, bro. She called Jay-Z a coon. She definitely did. Called him a coon. Said that he worked with Trump. Now here you go. Being a coon of all coons. The biggest fucking coon. Crazy, crazy. It just be a lot of contradicting going on with this lady. Call that man handsome. The Barb says she's undercover. They are so delusional, bro. Undercover for what? What's the goal? If she's undercover, you think they don't know that? Now Lil Wayne don't know what's going on. He don't even know if he on Earth right now. Yes, Lizzo cooked her. Lizzo cooked her, and she cooked everybody who's gonna get on board. Snoop Dogg, coon. Nelly, coon. Rick Ross, coon. Soulja Boy, coon. They started the year out cooning. And Nicki, you ended the year being a coon. I wish I could attach all of y'all to a rocket and launch y'all asses into outer space. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. And then with all of the conversation that's going on, you got people talk about, well, Nicki gets treated bad. That people don't respect her, and she's one of the best ever. She's one of the greatest of all time. It's easy to look like the greatest of all time in a certain genre when it's just you and you're your only competition. Y'all want to call her the greatest female rapper of all time? I don't fucking see it. I don't see it. The lyricism is not that good. She's the greatest female rapper of all time, but the music is usually pop. Her best songs are pop. Same way with Aubrey. It's all pop. Bubblegum. Nursery rhymes. She is not the greatest female rapper of all time. And I don't give a fuck how many streams she got, how many albums she done sold. Again, it's easy to look like the greatest of all time when you have years of a head start. We're in a new ecosystem, an era where more things are readily available to the consumer versus back in the day. It's easy to appear to be the greatest of all time, especially when you made sure that there was only you outside. You pulled verses. You stopped bags. You threw hissy fits when it came to other women. So it makes sense why you're the best in the female rap category. And then when girls did start to pop outside, you started to feel a way about it. You started to start beefs with them. So I wanted to sit with this conversation about if she should have Grammys, right? Because she's been nominated 12 times over the course of her career, but she has zero nominations. And I'm not going to go off of what my opinion is. I'm going to go off of this with the facts. And Nicki is on it that her second year being nominated is the year that she ended up getting the best new artist nominated. The first year she was nominated with Ludacris, I believe, for the My Chick Bad song, and then she had got her awards. Angel Hayes is a name that I haven't seen in forever. Angel fucking Hayes. That screams Tumblr all day. But yeah, like I was saying, so her and her fans have been saying that she has been blackballed from the industry. And I want y'all to hear what she's saying as to why she's been blackballed. And then we're gonna go through the nominations. So let's see. Hold on. I think this is the interview she did on Queen Radio. Let's start here.
By that time, things were, it was kind of a big deal, and Grammys asked me to perform. They came to my studio, listened to the record, agreed they liked it, everything, and it just so happened that Whitney Houston passed away.
Okay.
And when I was about to go on stage, not the day before, not in the morning, but when I was about to go on stage, I was told by my then management that the people from the Grammys wanted to speak to me. They came into my dressing room and said, "We don't think you should perform. We don't want you to perform anymore."
Why?
And I said, "Huh?" And I was already ready to go on stage. And they were like, "Well, because of the passing of Whitney Houston. And we don't think that the perform." I had no clue why and how. Even then, it made absolutely no sense. And I was just like, "This makes no sense." And there was no one there that even spoke up for me. They didn't care to explain it. Nobody on either side spoke.
Yeah.
And this is after I had just done a bunch of commercials with LL Cool J to promote the Grammys.
Right.
I'm talking about mad commercials.
Yeah.
This is after I had just did mad social media to promote the Grammys viewership. After I did everything they asked, they came the day of the show and told me not to perform. And I said, "No, I'm going to perform, of course." And then when the performance came out and it received backlash from the Catholic Church, Ken Ehrlich reached out to my then management and said, "Can you please tell Nicki to stop speaking about it?" And I thought that was weird.
Yeah.
Because I didn't know how it was an issue for him. It's my brand. I have to explain myself. I'm the one getting backlash. And he said he was mad because I had did an interview and said, well, the producers at the Grammys knew what song I was going to do in advance.
Right.
Which I thought made no sense because obviously nobody's watching the Grammys thinking that the producers don't know what song Nicki Minaj is about to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
Right.
I didn't understand why they were mad. And I didn't understand the power that man had to start to completely blackball me for the rest of my career. But that's exactly what happened. So he basically told me, you go there or else. And when I went out there, because now all of my fans are expecting a performance, I'm not going to just not perform. And I just did all this to promote your show and get viewers.
Right.
So I went out there and he blackballed me for the rest of my career.
All right, y'all. So as you hear, this is her feeling that she was blackballed because of her performance. Now, do I want to show this performance? Hold on. Let me see. Because I don't want to get copyrighted. Wait, that's a little too damn fast. Hold on.
I had these bumps lagging, singing and everything bumps is gagging. I'm starting to feel like a dungeon dragon. I feel pretty, and witty I slay, and I pity any girl with me.
So as you can see, she put on this demonic ass performance, right? And so basically they told her don't perform. And the reason they told her not to perform is because of Whitney Houston's passing. Now, let me just say this. We know the Grammys are known for doing some goofy shit, right? I wouldn't trust the Grammys with a 10-foot pole. We've seen them do Beyonce bad. We remember the Macklemore and the Kendrick Lamar situation. We all remember that. Ariana Grande has also gotten into it with them, and she's called them out. I mean, The Weeknd, they most recently apologized to him for a previous issue he performed last year. And then this year, when the Grammy nominations came out, he got no nominations, although he had a very popular best-selling album. So yes, they have a history of doing questionable shit. However, all of that aside, I personally do not believe Nicki Minaj is being blackballed. And I will tell you why, looking at her nominations and her competition, right? So again, they told her, Nicki, we don't want you to perform this performance, this demonic ass exorcism performance, because Whitney Houston just died. Whitney Houston died the day before at the Grammy, I think at one of the hotels that the Grammys, a lot of the people who were at the Grammys were at this hotel. Right before, I think, one of Clive Davis's parties, Whitney Houston passed away. So they had to automatically rearrange their show to be able to play tribute to Whitney Houston. And so they told her, girl, don't perform that. That shit is too demonic, probably. And if Nicki was smart, because they let her continue to perform because she refused to not perform. But if her management were smart, instead of scrapping the entire performance, her team should have suggested a song change. That's what I think would have been the smart thing to do, especially to keep her performance. The song she performed wasn't even popular. This song that she performed, this Roman's Revenge shit, was not even popular. I don't even know if this is a song off of the album or not, but this song was not nominated. She was nominated for Moment for Life in the Best Rap Performance in Song category. Moment for Life would have been a perfect song to do given the situation at hand. That would have been a perfect song to do. Like I said, she was nominated for that song. Why wouldn't you say, hey, I don't want to scrap my performance. My fans they know I'm about to perform. Let me do that song instead. But no, you decided to go on fucking stage and have a fucking exorcism after Whitney Houston just died. Bitch, are you crazy? Are you crazy? Like that wasn't smart. That was not smart at all. And that just goes to show you how she and her team don't know how to fucking read the room. You don't know how to read the room. Because any logical person would have knew that this performance is distasteful. It's fucking scary. Everybody in here is emotional. We just lost one of the greatest voices of all fucking time. And you think it's smart to go ahead and do an album cut instead of doing a song that you're actually nominated for? That was not the wisest decision. And another thing as well, because likely somebody would say, well, nobody else's performance was cut. Only Nicki's performance was cut. That's not true. That's not true. They had the memoriam where they acknowledge all of the people who had passed the previous year and that may have passed right before the show. Maceo Parker was also scheduled to pay tribute to Clarence Clemens, but they ended up pulling that performance. They did acknowledge him in the remembrance section, but they ended up pulling the performance so they can get Jennifer Hudson in to do the tribute to Whitney Houston. So it's not like they targeted her specifically. They told multiple people, hey, we need to pull this performance. Unfortunately, Whitney Houston passed away. She's a big icon. She's a big legend. We have to pay tribute to her. We need to get Jennifer Hudson loud ass in here to perform. And bitch, they still allowed you to perform. But again, you did not make the smart decision to fucking or you didn't even have to do anything crazy. You could have just performed Moment for Life. Drake was there because he got nominated as well. So he could have came out and performed with you. He actually introduced your performance. Where does it say that? Here it goes. Drake actually introduced your performance. So he could have done Moment for Life with you. Isn't he featured on that song? All your stylist needed to do was find you a beautiful gown. You could pace back and forth, performing the song, rapping the song, get your band to participate, get the lighting really nice. Even if you wanted to, you could have put up a tribute picture of Whitney Houston in the back at the end. Like, girl, the logical thing, the smart thing to do was right there, but you said, no, we are doing this exorcism. I'm going to float in the air. I'm going to be possessed while everybody just got finished fucking crying because Jennifer Hudson, the tribute came first to Whitney Houston. Then they had another performance with Chris fucking Brown. If anybody is fucking blackballed, it would be Chris fucking Brown. You know him and his fans, they like to say, oh, Chris Brown has been blackballed because of the Rihanna situation. Mind you, the Rihanna situation happened in 2009. This is 2012, and Chris Brown is still performing at the fucking Grammys. So how the fuck this nigga was being blackballed? But that's another story for another day. But again, like I said, they had the Jennifer Hudson tribute. They had Chris Brown perform with David Guetta, I think that's how you say his last name, and Lil Wayne in the fucking Foo Fighters. And then after that, so it's all emotional. Everyone's emotional. Everyone's crying. Everyone's upset. Then you have Chris Brown and Lil Wayne to come out to, pump people back up, gets everyone's spirit going and not be emotional. And then, bitch, here you come with a fucking exorcism. What? That was not smart, bro. That was not smart. That was dumb. That was so dumb, Nicki. You could have still kept your performance. Moment for Life would have been perfect. Oh my God, I don't even want to play this song, but
in this very moment, I slay Goliath with a sling. This very moment, I put it on everything that I will retire with the ring.
Girl, this would have been perfect.
And I will retire with the crown. Yes.
Like, come on, Onika.
Queens and it's crazy.
Who's on your team, girl?
Remind me of everything they deprived me of. Put your drinks up. It's a
look at Aubrey.
Put your drinks up. It's a and I can have this moment for life. For life.
It would have worked perfectly, bro. Oh my God, Nicki. Why? Why did you do that, girl? And I don't even like your dumb ass. Your team hated you, bro. Your team really hated you. They set you up. They set you up for failure, sister. Read the room. And then too, so let's look at her nominations. Hold on. Let's look at her nominations. Not Ice Age. Now you look like a dork. Oh God. That's 100% what happened. She refused to listen. They told her, you can't perform. We don't want you doing that performance, because they saw the performance. They saw the performance. They saw it for what it was, and that just wouldn't be a smart thing to do, to follow up after We just had Jennifer Hudson giving an emotional tribute to Whitney Houston, who just fucking died. And then you want to come around and do an exorcism, bitch? No. We're not doing that. But let's look at her nominations, y'all. Because apparently she don't know how to fucking read the room. So again, like I said, her first nomination that she ever got was in 2011. Was in 2011. Yeah. So she got a best rap performance by a duo or group. The nominations was Big Boy and Cudi, Shutterbug, Drake, T.I. and Swiss Beats with Fancy, Ludacris and Nicki Minaj with My Chick Bad, Young Jeezy and Plies with Lose My Mind, and Jay-Z and Swiss Beats with On to the Next One. On to the Next One ended up winning. So if y'all was to pick the winner for this category, who would you pick, y'all? Would you have gone with My Chick Bad? My Chick Bad. My Chick Hood. Is that what y'all would have went with? Which one of these records would y'all have picked? Leave a comment for me. Also, shout out to everybody that's in the chat enjoying the stream. We got a little over 160 people in here. So if you haven't already, if you're enjoying the stream, please smash the like button. We're trying to get to 200 plus likes, and it's telling me we only got 160. If we got over 160 people in here, we need over 160 likes. So help your girl out. I would appreciate that. Thank you so much. So y'all would have went with the winner, Jay-Z and Swiss Beats. No Jay-Z. On to the next one. Kayla, you and Lady Lex can clock a lookalike. Is Lex in here? Lex, if you in here, I hope you been on your best behavior, girl. The winner, hold on, I clicked on it already. Fancy or On to the Next One. No, she said none of the above. Jay-Z. It would have been On to the Next One, My Choice, or Fancy. Right. Oh, you fancy, huh? Oh, you fancy, huh? Fancy. Thank you so much, cousin Maria Posto. Y'all, I'm so sorry I'll be butchering these names, and I hate butchering names because I hate when somebody fuck up my name. But thank you so much, cousin, for the contribution to my goal. Thank you so much. We are 5 away from hitting our goal. So thank y'all for supporting me. It really means the world to me for sure. Thank you, and welcome to the family. We glad to have you a part of the family for sure. So the conclusion is we would have stuck with the winner, which is Jay-Z and Swiss Beats. On to the next one. I got a million ways to get it. Choose one. Bring it back. The double your money to make it stack. I'm on to the next one. On to the next one. Yeah, I would have picked that too. Even though I do like My Chick Bad, actually, I like the remix better. The remix had Diamond on it. The remix had Trina on it. The remix had Eve on it. I like Nicki's verse as well too. They say my shoe thing. I think what she said. They say my shoe game crazy. The mental I'm looking for me. You a rookie to me. She had a good verse on that too. But I think the right winner is the right winner. So next up, 2012. Right? So here's 2012. She had a Best New Artist nomination. The nominees were the band, Perry, J. Cole, Fuck Jermaine, Nicki Minaj, Skrillex, I think, and Bon Iver. Those were the nominations. And Bon Iver won. Bon Iver won. Shout out to Kayla. Shout out to Kayla. Shout out to my mods holding it down. They're holding down the chat and they contributing to the goal. Who you know mods is doing that? Definitely W. So who would y'all pick for best new artist? Who would y'all have picked? Kayla says Nicki should have won that. I'm not even gonna cap y'all. If Nicki was to win an award, it would have been likely in this category. It would have been likely in that category. Until I realized who the fuck Bon Iver was. That they're not my cup of tea, so I'm not familiar with who Bon Iver was. But when I went and I looked it up to make sure, like, I'm not being irrational, I'm not just saying shit just to say shit because I'm more familiar with J. Cole and Nicki Minaj. But when I looked it up, Bon Iver was nominated for Record of the Year, Song of the Year, Best New Artist, and Best Alternative Album. So again, they had a Record of the Year nomination that year. Nicki did not have a Record of the Year nomination. Adele ended up winning in that category with Rolling in the Deep. They also had a Song of the Year nomination. Nicki Minaj did not have a Song of the Year nomination. Adele also won the Song of the Year with Rolling in the Deep. Adele clinked up that year. Bon Iver, they ended up, by the end of the night, they ended up leaving with 2 Grammys that night. They ended up leaving with Best New Artist and Best Alternative Album. So to me, the probability of them beating Nicki in the Best New Artist category was evident by the nominations that they had garnered. They had main category nominations. Unfortunately, Nicki Minaj did not. But there is a slight asterisk, though. There is a slight asterisk because if she would have won in a main category, it would have been as a featured artist on Rihanna's Loud album. That's the only way. That's the only way. The album of the year category is the only category that was a main category that Nicki was featured in, but she was only featured as a featured artist. The award would have went to Rihanna and not Nicki Minaj. I think she probably would have got a certificate or something. But for album of the year, the nominations was The Foo Fighters, Wasting Light, Lady Gaga, Born This Way, Bruno Mars, Doo-Wops and Hooligans, Loud, Rihanna, and then Adele 21. Again, Adele cleaned up. Adele beat Rihanna, so she wasn't going to get her certificate. So it makes sense. Again, I don't know who the fuck Bon Iver is. I think I've heard his song one time. But they had main category nominations for Song and Record of the Year. Nicki Minaj is popular, but she's popular to us. So that's unfortunately why she didn't win the Best New Artist. If she was to win something, she likely had the chance. I don't know. But the next category, Best Rap Performance. Hey, Olika, appreciate you contributing to the goal, cousin. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So the next category is Best Rap Performance, y'all. So who would y'all have picked in this category? The nominations was Look at Me Now, Chris Brown, Lil Wayne, and Busta Rhymes. The Show Goes On, Lupe Fiasco. Moment for Life, Nicki Minaj and Drake. Black and Yellow, Wiz Khalifa. And then Jay-Z and Kanye West, Otis is who won. If we were gonna, who would we have picked in this category? Let me know. Drop your picks in the comments so we know who y'all would have picked. I'm closing some of these tabs real quick. So Miss Nola Honey would have picked Lupe. Doc 2058 would have picked Otis. Love Child would have picked Otis. Miss Tracy would have picked Wiz. Cecil would have picked Look at Me Now or Moment for Life. Jay-Z and Kanye. By Culture Stars. Rita would have picked either Wiz or CB&M. Otis was Straight Heat, so the winner or Black and Yellow. It was hella pop. Listen, don't make me fucking call Funk Flex. That motherfucker dropped 38 bombs within the 30 seconds of fucking Otis. That shit was crazy. Go to your nearest bodega right now and stick your hand in the cash register. Funk Flex was trying to get somebody killed. He really was trying to get somebody killed. Look at Me Now or Otis. Otis should have won for sure. Wiz Khalifa should have been my pick. Would have been my pick. That song went hard. Actually, Black and Yellow was crazy. Look, Black and Yellow was huge too. Black and Yellow or Moment for Life. Nilsson says Moment for Life wasn't a bad record, but that singing was dry. Moment for Life is a good record. It's a really good record. Oh, right, when Taylor was in her sleepy. Definitely Otis. Listen, not one of these songs are bad. Not one. But if I had to pick, I would go with Otis. And then if not Otis, I probably would have picked Black and Yellow. Black and Yellow was everywhere. Every fucking where. It was everywhere. Otis, but I really love Black and Yellow and Moment for Life. Again, like Kayla said, all these songs are good. And people don't be realizing niggas used to be up against some very stiff competition, bro. Moment for Life, but without the drizzler. Y'all crazy. And then is this the final? Yeah, this is the final category of her new artist era in 2012, which was Best Rap Album. So Best Rap Album, the nominations was Watch the Throne, Jay-Z and Kanye West, The Carter V, Lil Wayne, Lasers Lupe Fiasco, Pink Friday, and My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy. Who would y'all have picked? Kanye ended up winning. We got Watch the Throne, Carter 4, Lasers, Pink Friday, My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy. Kanye West ended up winning. If I was to pick a winner, I would have went with Watch the Throne, but I'm not mad that My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy won. I'm not mad at all. Lil Wayne. Yeah, My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy was an easy win. Yeah. I still got to go with Kanye. Watch the Throne. The winner will Watch the Throne. Watch the Throne. Kanye. Kanye. Watch the Throne. So it's like Nicki, unfortunately, she was up against some real fucking heavy hitters, some real good albums. There's no way y'all are saying Pink Friday was a better album than My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy. There's no way I'm allowing you to get that off. I'm not. I'm just not. So again, if Nicki was gonna win a category, her best chance was to do it in the Best New Artist category. But unfortunately, she was up against someone, a group that had Song of the Year and Record of the Year nominations. That unfortunately sucks, and she had none. And just a note, because sometimes people win these awards and then they just go into hiding. Bon Iver is still outside to this day. They not one-hit wonders. They are still kicking to this very day. They actually have 2 nominations coming up at the upcoming Grammy Awards. So they will be at the Grammys this year. They not just on one-hit wonders. Jay and Yi were huge stars during this time. Huge. That Watch the Throne stopped time. They were definitely running it. Damn, that one had monster power and all of the lights. Listen, she was up against some real stiff competition. So that's 2012. Let's keep going. 2015. Should have waited a year. Listen, you got to get in where you fit in sometimes, okay? You got to go where there's the best chance to win it, okay? Shit. So yeah, let's continue. So 2015, best rap song category. The nominations were Anaconda, what the hell? Why did my computer just freeze? Okay, my bad. The next song, so Anaconda, Bound to by Kanye West and Charlie Wilson, We Them Boys by Wiz Khalifa, 0 to 100, Drake, and then I by Kendrick Lamar. Who Kendrick Lamar ended up winning for I. Which song, if Kendrick is not the winner, what song was the winner? And this best rap song category, they are acknowledged for the musical and lyrical composition. So if you're telling me Anaconda should have won over I, you're telling me a song about big dicks wanting a big ass only and saying, oh my God, look at her butt in the bridge is a better song about overcoming self-doubt, depression, navigating life, and being able to find confidence and purpose. You're telling me that song is better than I? Anaconda should have beat I? No. No. Please get out of my face. Please get out of my face. Anaconda is not a better song than I get it. It's poppy. It's catchy. It got a crazy music video that garnered a lot of views. I get it. Right? But if we're talking, again, best rap song highlights the musical and lyrical composition. Anaconda is not a better song. Pussy put his ass to sleep. Now he calling me NyQuil. Yeah, no. I think if who would I pick if I don't go with I? We Them Boys was hot also. If not Kendrick, then Wiz Khalifa. I is my least favorite Kendrick song, and I still would choose it over Anaconda. I don't get the backlash that I caught. Like, how y'all don't like that song? I don't know. I don't get it. Kendrick and Wiz. Kendrick deserved this one. I love I. We Them Boys runner up. Anaconda and Movement for Life is too pop for me. Exactly. They don't want to be acknowledging that their biggest hits, Young Money, the Young Money twins is who I'm referring to. They don't want to acknowledge the fact that their biggest hits are very poppy. I love I, yeah. And then too, the performance on SNL, like, come on, Nicki, please, because I love myself. Okay, Ron Isley was up there on that motherfucker singing his little. So yeah, so that's that category. Best Pop Duo Group Performance nominations were Fancy, Iggy Azalea featured Charlie XCX, A Sky Full of Stars, Coldplay, Bang Bang, Jessie J, Ariana Grande, and Nicki Minaj. And then Dark Horse, Katy Perry featuring Juicy J, right? And then Say Something, A Great Big World, and Christina Aguilera. Now, to be real, if I was to pick a winner in this category, it would have been Fancy. But all of these songs were very big, but Fancy was just out of there. Like, I didn't go anywhere where I didn't hear Fancy. I at least heard that song the most. And I'm not really sure how Say Something performed, but I went and I looked it up to listen to it. It's an emotional ballad record, and they seem to like those type of records. But even Dark Horse was very popular as well. Katy Perry and Juicy J. I did like Bang Bang, but I don't think it was a bigger record than Fancy or Dark Horse. I don't think so. That's me just thinking from me hearing it. They could have been bigger. I don't know. But if I was gonna pick a winner in this category, I wouldn't have picked Bang Bang. I would have picked Fancy. Yeah, Fancy was the hottest song out during that time. I like Bang Bang. I would have or I wouldn't have. I wouldn't have been mad if it won. I love Fancy. I'm ashamed how much I played that song. Is it the Say Something I'm Giving Up on You? I think so. The guy is playing like a piano in the music video. All these songs are bangers. Yeah. Music was good back then. Coldplay, then Fancy. I don't think I would have picked Coldplay. A Sky Full of Stars, even though that's a big one. You could not escape Fancy. Dark Horse should have won. Dark Horse because of Juicy J. Fancy, anytime Iggy is in any music category. What? You don't make me call Dr. Umar. Sky Full of Stars and Dark Horse had me in a chokehold. I won't lie. Yes, Monie SNL performance. I still watch that. Phenomenal performance. Dark Horse would have won, in my opinion. Who produced Dark Horse? They put crack in that. Juicy J, I believe. Dark Horse is still my shit. I think that video got like 1 billion views. Fancy, I played that song out. So we all agree. We likely would have went with Fancy, Dark Horse, Coldplay, or the winner over Bang Bang, even though we're not saying Bang Bang is a bad song, because Ariana Grande and Jessie J was singing their hearts out, and Nicki had a good verse as well, too. I am not playing with Lizzo. This is the African American stream, okay? Shout out to Demi. Love you, girl. Dark Horse beat was fire. Shout out to Juicy J. So that was 2015. So again, she was up against some very stiff competition. Now we got 2016, y'all. I love her. Shout out to Demi. That's my girl. Best rap song collaboration. The nominations. One Man Can Change the World. Big Sean featuring Kanye West and John Legend. Glory, Common, and John Legend. John Legend was outside. Classic Man, Jadena featuring Roman. Only featuring Drake, Lil Wayne, and Chris Brown. Then it was These Walls, Kendrick Lamar featuring Bilal, Anna Wise, and Thundercat. So who in this category would y'all have picked? Who would y'all have picked? Let's talk about it. If y'all had to pick, which song are y'all picking for best rap song collaborations? Hold on, can I move it out? Yeah, I think that looks better. I'm sorry, but none of these records are better than These Walls. I'm sorry. That no bias, no glaze, but none of these records have the lyrical excellence of These Walls. I'm sorry. The storyline that's hidden within the song, you can talk about the walls in a house, the walls of a vagina, the walls of a jail cell. Like, the storyline is crazy. Bilal and Anna Wise singing their face off. Thundercat doing what Thundercat does. If anything, the next most impactful record would be Glory. But this is a song record. And I know a lot of people hate John Legend voice. A lot of people hate the way John Legend sounds. So I'm going with the winner, These Walls. These Walls, though, I enjoy Kendrick's feature on Classic Man. We were literally just talking about the remix in the Discord. I posted the video like this is an underrated throwback. Kendrick's feature on Classic Man don't get talked about enough. Casket Man. That's on my mama though. See, I hate John Legend's voice. I don't hate John Legend, but I don't think he has a lot of range. His voice is very Negro spiritual. No, we only acknowledge one Demi in this house, and that's you. Shout out to Demi Lovato too. But now we talking about Queen Demi. We talking about you, girl. I do not get the John Legend slander at all. I don't mind his voice at all, but I agree his range is very like limited. It gives Negro spiritual. It gives We Shall Overcome all the time. And I know there are some records that he's done where it's not like that, but a good 98% of his vocals give Wade in the Water. I'm sorry. It does. It just gives Wade in the Water. I don't know. But I wouldn't pick this is the rightful winner, in my opinion. He makes Bird can't sing horrible. You know, I'm not clicking on none of y'all no more of y'all comments at all. Next up, best rap performance. Okay, the nominations is All Day, Kanye West featuring Theopolis, Alan and Paul McCartney. Isn't All Day the record that Kendrick wrote? Didn't Kendrick write All Day? Truffle Butter featuring Drake and Lil Wayne. Apparently J. Cole, back to back Drake, Trap Queen, Fetty Wap, All Right, Kendrick Lamar. So who would we have picked? Who would we have picked if we're not going with All Right? Let me know, y'all. Let me know who we have picked. If All Right didn't win, in my opinion, the next biggest song would have been Trap Queen. And I ain't saying that because that's my blood cousin. Free my cousin. But Trap Queen was a major hit that year. Period. Trap Queen broke all types of records. One of the longest charting rap records in history on Billboard. If my cousin ain't do nothing right, he made Trap Queen. Okay? But All Right to me is the rightful winner. She's in Truffle Butter. Truffle Butter. I don't know why I didn't put her name there, but she's in Truffle Butter. But yeah, like I said, if All Right isn't the winner, I'm picking Trap Queen. And then next up would be Back to Back. Y'all know I like to kick this nigga back in. I kick it in with pleasure. I hate giving a bitch I don't like her tens. But we all saw what Back to Back was. We all saw what Back to Back did to Meek Mill. I gotta give a bitch her tens. Back to Back would be my third pick. So, yeah. Sorry, Nicki. Truffle Butter wasn't a hit. It was not a hit. I'm sorry, darling. You were not winning in this category. Sorry, sweet. Sorry. Sorry, stinky butt. Shout out to Mac Wop. Sorry, stinky butt. It would have not been you. Back to Back. I like that record. See, me and Kendrick can be honest. We can say when a bitch did her thing, and you did your thing on Back to Back, Aubrey. You defended yourself well. Okay? But you really don't get no cool points because Meek Mill is the R word. He is nothing but mush and Philly cheesesteaks in that brain. So you really don't get that many points for beating up on a slow kid, okay? But Back to Back was very big. All Right was even bigger. So it worked out. Truffle Butter, not that girl. Not that girl at all. But yeah, so sorry, Nicki. 2016, you went 0 for 2 as well. Sorry, darling. Shout out to the cousins, Sisa, Yan, Monie. Your cousin is Fetty Wap and your uncle is Chris Lighty. So you got connections. You can't deny the PG Lang allegations anymore. I gotta stop talking so much. I gotta stop talking so much. But no, I'm not PG Lang. I'm not PG Lang. I'm not PG Lang, and I am not TDE. Project 3 Monie. Shit. What was I gonna say? So yeah, unfortunately, Onika, 0 for 2. Sorry. Next up, what we got next up? Thank you for the donation though, cousin. Best rap song 2024. 2024. Most recent nominations. She got nominated in the best rap song category. There was Attention by Doja Cat, Barbie World by Nicki Minaj and Ice Spice. Just Wanna Rock by Lil Uzi Vert. Rich Flex by Drake and 21 Savage. Scientists and Engineers by Killer Mike, Andre 3000, Future, and Aaron Allen Kane. Scientists and Engineers ended up winning. So, who would y'all have picked in this category? Is this the category where Nicki Minaj should have won? Killer Mike ended up having a phenomenal Grammys this year. I think he won best rap album this year. That year, I believe. Hold on, let me pull it up. Let me be sure. Killer Mike Grammys. Hold on. Killer Mike. What it do? So Killer Mike has 6 nominations. He has 4 wins. Killer Mike that year won Best Rap Album, Best Rap Song, Best Rap Performance. So he won 3 awards that year. Doja, no. Kayla, shut up. The nigga with the rock. Wait, is that the nigga with a purse? Is that a purse? I just want to rock. So I'm assuming you're talking about Lil Uzi Vert. Y'all are petty. Just want to rock. Had a little motion. Killer Mike or Doja Cat. Scientists and Engineers off the strength of Andre's verse alone. I'm sure the rest was great too. That you no bullshit. I like the Scientists and Engineers song. The beat, the production alone on this song washes Barbie World. I'm sorry. Barbie World is nothing but aesthetic based. If you've watched the music video, it's nothing but aesthetic based. The lyrics are not that good at all. Let me see if I can pull it up.
Pink felt like I'm ready to bend.
It just has a good music video to me. I'm sorry. That's it. And then her fans are upset because a pop song didn't win over an actual rap song. We got Andre 3000. We got Killer Mike rapping their ass off. Future. I think this is one of Future's best features. I actually understand the motherfucker. Usually when I listen to Future records, I never understand what the fuck he's talking about. But I can understand what he's saying on this Scientist and Engineer song.
I'm a 10, so I pull in a Ken. Like Jazzy, Stacy, Nicki. All of the.
So I'm sorry. Killer Mike is rapping his ass off. The flow switches, the background vocals sound heavenly as hell over the beat. Andre 3000 is just doing what Andre 3000 fucking does. Like, there's no way Barbie World should beat this song. Simply J, thank you so much, cousin. Great live. Appreciate you being here and contributing to the goal. Thank you so very much. CISA, not PG Lang or TDE yet. Monie trees being planted. Shout out to the cousin. And whoever coined that Monie trees, shout out to y'all. I need to get a shirt or two ready. Thank you again, Simply J. Hey, India. Sorry, stinky butt. Super freaky girl. What's up, India? Ice Spice killed it. Kwani, please. Kelly, Stacy, Nikki. I Ice Spice is such an awful rapper.
Barbies is pretty. Damn. All of the Barbies is bad. It girls, and we ain't playing tag.
I'm sorry, y'all. Good music video. It gives what the song is, right? Fart girl alert. Y'all crazy, man.
Rad, but he spank me when I get bad. Same house, you yelling out, we ain't selling out. We got money, but we ain't lending out. The poop so cold, we just chilling out. Baby yelling, yelling out. It girls, and we ain't playing tag. Barbie ain't Barbie, bitch with her Barbie click. I keep dragging her so she bald a bit. I'm a dog, but I still wanna party.
Pink felt like I'm ready to bend. Oh my gosh, this is perfect.
You are then just tolerated, overrated. Hope I'm 80 when I get my second win.
Trying to avoid cameras. I keep shit loaded like a band.
Using my tutor taught me a terrible miracle. You can Latina still kill in America. Be celebrated like Captain America. 100% authentic. See, I got no gimmicks, so I ain't protecting no image. My style original. By no regular hoe. I do not wish for no regular life. I did not marry a regular wife. You think that I'm losing? You smoking a pipe.
Listen, it is what it is. I'm sorry, Onika. Not beings at so many skills. Target music. Sephora music. Ice Spice verse actually went harder than Nicki's. That's sad. That's sad, unfortunately. Attention is better than Barbie World. I believe so, yes, until he gave us the flute. Look, man, it is what it fucking is, bro. So scientists and engineers won. The next option was best song written for visual media. Barbie, the movie, had like 3 nominations from 3 different artists. So this one had Ryan Coogler, Ludwig, Robin Fenty, Rihanna, Lift Me Up. What was this song called? Barbie World, Nicki Minaj and Ice Spice again. This one is called Dance the Night. Dua Lipa, also for the Barbie soundtrack. I'm Just Ken, Ryan Gosling, also from Barbie. And then the winner ended up being What Was I Made For by Billie Eilish, also for Barbie. Barbie had so many damn fucking nominations. Barbie had too many damn nominations. Barbie had every nomination outside of Ryan Coogler. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Had Rihanna and Tim's on it. So, again, Onika, you were up against some very stiff competition. Billie Eilish was walking away with that. Sorry. Sorry, girl. I won't lie. Billie had me in my feels with that song. The winner, Lift Me Up, second. I'm Just Ken should have won. Billie all day. Billie Goat for the win. Not Billie Goat. That song was everywhere. Which song, Rita? Billie was for sure taking that home. So many skews, just like her homeboy. Target Music is right. She didn't deserve to win, but the darkness couldn't have helped. Run the Jewels, Spirit Airlines music. Damn. Down by Law did that. What song is that? You talking about Killer Mike? I don't believe so. Hold on, let me double check. I don't think so. I don't think it was. Was it nominated? He got no best rapper. It was they submitted scientists and engineers for the rap categories, and then the album Michael. They didn't submit that song. I don't know why I forgot that was the name of the song. But no, they didn't. He didn't submit the CeeLo Green song. So, y'all, we have looked through all of Onika's nominations, and we all agreed that if she was to win something, it would have been for Best New Artist, right? That was her best chance. But then again, she was up against Bon Iver, who had Song and Record of the Year nominations when she didn't. So she was fucked. She was fucked. Sister girl, I don't think you were blackballed at all. At all. And my thing with people is that when they have these conversations and they say such and such should have won a Grammy off their name alone, and it just bugs me because y'all aren't even considering the talent that they are going up against. Like, that matters. Like, we really just went through all of her nominations, and Nicki, unfortunately, was going up against some very, very stiff competition. You can't just say a person deserved it based on their name alone. No, that's not how it works. She lost most of her awards to the three most award-winning rappers in history. She lost against Jay-Z, who has the most Grammy wins for a rapper, Kanye West, who's second in line for most Grammy wins for a rapper, and then Kendrick Lamar, who's likely about to become the most award-winning rapper in Grammy history this year. Well, 2026 in February. So, no, she doesn't deserve anything. She lost fair and square. She hasn't been blackballed at all. I think the problem with a lot of these artists is y'all keep making slop. Y'all keep making pop songs and then submitting them into the rap categories and wondering why. Well, I think the Grammys have something to do with that as well. But y'all aren't even submitting the songs to the pop categories. I think Tyler is like one of the only people who ever done that. Submit an album to the pop category, then it got moved over to the rap category. Most recently that I could think of. But y'all can't be making these poppy ass songs. Y'all think y'all are winning because you're getting all of these streams because you're making hip hop. You're not making hip hop. You're making hip hop, and then you get upset when you go up against artists who are actually making real rap songs and are being nominated in rap categories. After the first, the second, the third time, you would think the artist would say, "Oh, wait, maybe I should make some shit with some real substance. Maybe I should make some real rap records." You would think they would do that. You would think they would go back to the drawing board and adjust what they are contributing to music. But no, y'all keep making the same poppy bullshit and expecting to win up against real rappers. On no planet should Anaconda win over fucking I. On no fucking planet should Truffle Butter or whatever the song was win over All Right. There's no planet. So unfortunately, until you go back to the drawing board, you're gonna keep being in this predicament. It ain't got nothing to do with them people trying to save you from embarrassment and telling you not to perform that demonic ass song when Whitney Houston just died. Maybe they have had grudges against you, right? Maybe they have. But if that's the case, they could just not nominate you. They don't nominate Ariana Grande as much as she need to be. They don't nominate The Weeknd as much as he need to be. You think they just gonna just keep nominating you because just to nominate you? Bitch, you ain't nobody. If they were blackballing you, they just won't nominate your ass. And you kept showing up to the awards and being on the red carpet. You kept submitting your music. I'm so tired of these rappers complaining about the Grammys because they keep losing. Now all of a sudden the Grammys don't matter. Y'all don't care about the Grammys. Stop the bullshit. If you didn't care, you wouldn't submit. Period. J. Cole, that goes for you too with your bitch ass. Stop telling me the Grammys ain't never did shit for you, but still submitting 7-minute drill. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Like, come on, girl. Stop playing. I'm so tired of Anika. But I thought that was a good topic to address. I'm glad we've come to a conclusion. Girl, you have not been blackballed. You just was kept running into Jay-Z, Kanye West, and Kendrick Lamar. That's what the truth is, honey. You kept running into some real shit. And that's unfortunate. Get better, ho. Get better. And shout out to the cousins. It's telling me we like 3 likes away from 200 likes. So if you haven't liked the video already, please like the video. I would really appreciate that. Also, shout out to all the cousins who have helped us hit our goal. We have completed our goal before the end of the 3-hour mark. So shout out to y'all. Thank y'all so much. I really do appreciate that. Next up, let's talk about Aubrey, because Aubrey is claiming that he's hinting at probably retiring. So let's I guess we can just play the video. Oh yeah, I muted it.
Just here for a good time, a fun time. I might not be here for the longest time, but I'm gonna enjoy the time that I'm spending with you. So I'd like to start off with a shot. Where's Kai? Just here for a good time, a fun time. I might not be here for the longest time, but I'm gonna enjoy the time that I'm spending with you. So I'd like to start off with a shot. Where's
You got drinking problems, gambling problems, pill popping and women problems. Starting off with a drink. Okay, Aubrey. So, as we heard, Drake hinted at stepping away from music while he was live streaming. He was teasing his upcoming album, Iceman. This might be the longest rollout in fucking history known to man. And he said that I might not be here for the longest time. His fans are low-key kind of panicking. They're pulling their hair out. They don't know what they're going to do if he goes and disappears. And to be honest, that might not be a wrong idea. That might not be a wrong idea. Now, I don't know if this man is actually retiring. I don't even think he knows. But what I do know is Drake is suffering from one of the most obvious cases of oversaturation we have ever seen in hip hop. I feel like Drake doesn't know how to be missed. Yeah. He doesn't know how to be missed. And the irony is the oversaturation. That's what the oversaturation is for. It's not because the demand is too high. It's because Drake is terrified of silence. Drake is terrified of the idea that people will forget about him, that he won't be missed. Drake, when he releases music, he doesn't release music like someone chasing creative evolution. Like he does music like someone who's chasing reassurance. And he's scared of being forgotten at the end of the day. That's what I feel. That's what I truly feel. He's scared the moment he steps away, someone is going to come and fill the space. The world is going to keep spinning, and the crown he was handed through streaming numbers and narratives, once it's gone, he feel like he's going to be gone. Music is the only place where Drake has ever felt comfortable in his life, or he's ever felt like he's had control. We've seen the interviews. We've seen them where he talks about how people used to bully him as a kid, how he didn't fit in. He was too black for the white people. Too white for the black people. And music became like the one arena that he felt like he could dominate. He can create whatever image that he wants. That's why he had multiple personalities. That's why he has multiple accents. He just picks a personality that he wants to emulate, and he just does it because he doesn't know who he actually is. He doesn't. Drake has been able to bend the rules when he needed it and be the main character of every conversation because he knows how to use the media to push narratives for him. And when you build your entire identity around one thing, you start to believe losing that means you are going to lose everything. So this nigga talking about, I might not be here for the longest time. Yes, you will, Aubrey. Yes, you will. Your ass ain't going nowhere. Retirement is not about desire. It's not just about desire. It's about permission. And Drake, you gave that permission away when you signed on a dotted line with UMG and Lucien Grange. Baby, you got a corner to hit. You got a corner to hit, some hotel beds to land, and some dicks to suck, okay? Lucien ain't letting you go nowhere. Remember, you compared your relationship with Lucien as your right-hand man, Jacoby and Shaq. You can call him up whenever you want. You his bottom bitch. You his bottom bitch. Lucien ain't letting you go. That's why they putting so much into your old catalog, the catalog that they actually own. You're surviving off of that right now. You're surviving off of that right now. The new shit ain't hitting. But that old shit, the shit that Lucien owns, that UMG owns, doing numbers. Doing numbers. You gave your life up for $400 million. 400 million big ones. And that didn't come without strings. It came with shackles, bro. It came with golden handcuffs, baby. When you take that kind of advance, you don't retire because you're emotionally ready. You retire when you filled your quota. When you've delivered the revenue, and you have not done that. The ROI is still out. Unfortunately, Drake, You're fucked. And it's starting to wear on you. Look at your face. You look tired. You look very tired. You look worn out. You look stressed. You look very sad. You look sad. I almost felt bad for you. Almost. But then I remember who the fuck you were. Almost felt bad for you. You are exhausted, baby. That's why you're talking about, I might not be here for a long time. Baby, you're going to be here as long as that bill is due. Lucy not letting you retire, Aubrey? Maybe you should take a long break. How about that? Take a long break. You absolutely should take a very, very, very long break. Step away, reflect, gain a new perspective, live life without a mic in your hand. Let the public miss you. Right now, the public is not starving for new Drake content. The public is full and the food is nasty. The food is terrible. And even as your personal hater, I don't think I want to see Drake gone forever. You probably should go to jail, but that's another story. But maybe you should just go away, live life. The best, I've noticed the best artists who are successful are artists who goes home, go to the studio, do their job, and then they go home. I think those are the best artists. But no, we have you who like to get in interviews and you talk about, oh, I live this rapper lifestyle. You bragging about being in the studio. You brag about being in the club. You brag about giving all your time to your music. Meanwhile, you're drained. Look at you. Look at your eyes, bro. You look exhausted. You out here doing these stake streams for what? You're out here gambling. Look at the background. It's like you're living in the wilderness. You're moving like you're poor. You're moving like the money is running out. Are you using this stake partnership to help you pay back UMG or something? Like, I don't know. You just look bad, bro. Ugh. Your Jewish side is showing. Like it's seeping through your pores. You need rest. You really do need some rest, bro. You really do. I think, all jokes aside, I think the best thing for you to do, Aubrey, is to go home and have meaningful relationships with people. Yeah.
Just here for a good time, a fun time. I might not be here for the longest time, but I'm going to enjoy the time that I'm spending with you. So I'd like to start off with a shot. Where's Kai? Just here for a good time, a fun time.
Yeah, I think you should do that. Experience love. Experience loss, joy. Go be with your son. How about that? Go be with your son. I know Adonis would love to chill with you. I know those alleged kids would love to chill with you. Get some experience, bro. Learn some culture, some actual culture. you will then come back sharper, richer, and more human. People who do those things, their music carry a lot more weight. They've actually lived life, not a life performed. So I think you should do that, bro. Yeah, go be with your kids, be a father. So yeah, again, as your personal favorite hater, I don't know if I want to see Drake gone. I mean, you feel a certain type of necessary needs in hip hop, I guess. I don't know. But artists artists who understand that life happens outside the booth and not inside the booth, they are more successful. And the fact that Drake hasn't grasped that concept yet is crazy. So if he drops Iceman and wants to take a hiatus, cool. I don't know, but I don't think Lucy gonna let up off you that easy. I don't think Lucy is coming up off you that easy. I don't know if everyone has the appeal or audience of fans to do stadiums like Kendrick. The words of the night finna die. This energy is completely different from the energy that he had those 2 weeks before Kendrick responded. Always the victim, but all of this is his fault. Exactly. That's why I said I don't feel bad for him. I almost felt bad for him. Looking at the pain in his eyes. But then I remembered who this is. Bro talks mad shit. Hell no. Shout out to the cousin Cisa. Aubrey was meant to take a break because of stomach issues. And yet here we are. He's still in our faces, not going away, letting his gore face miss him. Cisa, that's a great point. That is a great point. He did tell us that he was going away. He was taking a break after his tour, actually. He was supposed to be taking a break, but he got baited into battling. Then he was on stage screaming at the top of his lungs, saying nobody could fuck with him. And now he's trying to prove that he hasn't lost his step. He hasn't lost his swagger. But you have. You've lost something. You've lost your life. Shout out to Damn. I was listening to Damn today. He won't leave us alone. He caused his own pain. Those stomach issues was his ab surgery. He sounds like he's putting all his toys in a pillowcase. Bruh. If Aubrey retires, he retires. Cool. But yeah, Lucian not allowing that. So this seems more like sympathy to me. That's what it feels like. This retirement shit is it's just a sympathy bat signal. A fiend for sympathy. Drake wants to feel wanted. Because when an artist threatens to leave, what do the fans do? They beg, they plead, they scream, please stay, don't go. We gonna miss you. And that's exactly the reaction that Drake wants from people. They want him he wants us, or his fans at least, to beg him not to go. He just wants sympathy. That's all that is. And I ain't going for it at all. Because that was my last topic I had for today. The last thing I have on here is passing the crown. If you haven't yet, please smash the like button. Thank you so much for us getting over 200 likes. I appreciate that. Thank you to everybody who's left a comment. Thank you to everybody who's left a super chat towards our donation that we accomplished. Thank you. But again, that was the last thing I had on my list. Do y'all want to watch the next couple episodes of Passing the Crown? I mean, we've been on stream for 3 hours now. So I don't know if y'all tired, if y'all got bed or not, but let me know and we can go from there. Yeah, I think we watched the first 3. So I think we're on like 2012 now, I believe. All right, cool. So we got a few people who want to watch. If you don't want to watch, that's cool too. Enjoy the rest of your night, but we're gonna stay on and we're gonna start with episode 12 of Passing the Crown. And this one is called When Drake Took Kendrick and J. Cole on Tour. So shout out to Jeremy Heck. Let me drop it in the comments. That's the link to the channel if y'all want to go watch on your own free time. Again, Jeremy Heck has been putting together a great series. But yeah. Perfect. All right, cool. So again, we on year 2012. We did 2009, 10, and 11. Now we're on 12.
This is our shot. This is a big shot. People don't get this opportunity. So we take it one day at a time.
I'm a new artist, but I've been on the road for the past 2-3 years. I had a record deal since 2009. So I've been touring since 2009. Just building my fan base and working. So, you grow confidence. If you'd have seen me perform 3 years ago, you wouldn't say the same thing. But, it's a growth.
I'd like to say that I made an iconic impact on my generation, like a Bob Marley did, like a Jimi Hendrix did, like
Bob Marley. Bitch, out the gate. Out the gate, he on bullshit. Out the gate.
Generation, like a Bob Marley did, like a Jimi Hendrix did, like Aaliyah did, people whose faces still sell on t-shirts. I want to do that iconic, like Michael Jackson.
Literally $1 in your pocket, piecing that up, go down the street, get some chicken. This wasn't handed to us by a long shot. All we had was the opportunity. That was the opportunity to have a free studio to record in. We appreciated that. That's all we had.
As soon as my album dropped, it cleared up like a lot of stress I had on me, like about the album, a lot of like pressure. And when it dropped and it did what it did, I was like totally free. So I had this first phase when I was in Europe and I had a studio over there on the bus and had another phase when I came home. I go through phases. Like I had an LA phase when I was in the studio out here. And I just did, I had a studio bus. First time I ever had a real studio bus. So I had that phase. It's like wherever I'm at, I'm trying to create. And then what's happening is I get music from parts of my life. It's crazy. Like, so I'm just working wherever I'm at.
Do you agree? Do you feel like you dropped the album of the year?
I definitely feel like that.
Word.
It's about hard work, not to knock anybody else, but I know the work and the time that I put into this album, and months and no sleep and just working in that studio, I definitely feel like I can't slight nothing away as far as the accomplishment and the accolades that the world is saying. So I definitely feel that way.
There's people I can put on here that the label wants me to put on here, but I fight for this one reason, man. Like, I fight to promote love. You know what I'm saying? I fight to promote the music that I truly love. So when I get in the car, the rare moments that I get in the car, drive, this is what I'm listening to, other than myself, other than.
This is so funny. Seeing fucking A$AP Rocky and Drake next to each other. This is comedy. The man who stole the love of your life, and he won't get off of her. He won't get off of her. He get her pregnant every chance he get. Ain't that crazy?
And the family who I'm listening to, so it's only right, man. Like 12,000 people tonight, 13, yeah, the night after they, we about to uplift some spirits tonight, let these kids have fun. But
collabo mixtape. Do you feel like you two are kind of like the leaders of this new movement that's really about substance more than anything?
Yeah, definitely. We take pride in that too. We take their responsibility, and we show that through our music. That's the whole point and the whole ideal situation for us to continue this culture of hip hop that actually has a full body of work, not just sporadic songs everywhere, radio songs.
It's 2012. Kendrick Lamar is readying his album Good Kid, Mad City, which is set to finally release this year. J. Cole is already working on the follow-up to his successful Sideline story from last year, but this time he's hoping to do it with a lot more creative control and to make the album he really wants to make, regardless of the label. And Drake is riding high off the success of his album Take Care, which continues to sell and continues to produce singles. He's also preparing for tour with some very special guest openers. What's going on? My name is Jeremy Hecht, and welcome back to Passing of the Crown, a 16-part YouTube series diving into the big three in more depth than you will find anywhere else. If you missed 2009, 2010, or 2011, I will link the playlist here. Go check out and then come back to this video. I want to send a special thank you to all of the reactors who have been reacting to the videos and adding context. Specifically, Mac Wop dropped a super dope reaction to 2011 and even played an unreleased Kendrick song. So this series is getting new music out to the world. Well, new old music out to the world, which is amazing to see. So thank you guys so much for the support. If you do support and you're here watching, all I ask of you is that you hit the like button, leave me a comment, and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss future episodes. But back to the story. Within the final weeks of 2011, Drake received his first real diss from a mainstream rapper, and surprisingly, it came from Common. Common released a song called Sweet, where he seemed to throw not so subliminal shots at Drake the whole song. He was basically calling Drake soft on the hook in the verses. He made fun of Drake for singing and said he isn't hip hop, which isn't a new critique to Drake at this time. He was receiving it across the board, but he had never received it from a rapper of Common status, specifically in a song as a diss. A lot of people were confused as to where the beef actually stemmed
from. They were always calling Drake soft. Always calling this man soft.
But come to find out, like most beefs, it stemmed back to a woman. And not just any woman, a very high profile one. Common felt like Drake had sent subliminal shots towards him on some songs paired with...
Now Jeremy. Do y'all see what's wrong with this picture? Am I the only one who sees what's wrong with this picture? Yes, that's Venus. This Serena in the first picture, but the second one is Venus. Come on, Jeremy. That's your first fuck up.
The fact that they both had a romantic relationship with Serena Williams. Let me know if there are any subs that you guys caught on Take Care that could be directed towards Common.
I felt like Drake was sending me a couple of shots. Subliminal? Some subliminal. He was sending...
Y'all be at the light-skin karate class.
I don't know what motivated him to send me some shots, but I think what for sure had me, if I'm just being real, like, you know, we mess with one of the same girls, blah, 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 the same story. Yeah, same story that you hear blah, blah, blah. So, you know, wars happen over women.
The only ones that I thought maybe he could have taken in that context we're on the ride. What you order to forget about the game that you're on top of. Your famous girlfriend ass keep getting thicker than the plot does. I mean, who notoriously had and was famous? So anyways, he references Serena in verse 1, and then on verse 3, he says this: you dudes is getting older. I see no threat in Yoda. I'm out here messing over the lives of these dudes that couldn't F with my freshman floater. And then he closes by saying, my sophomore, I was all for it. They all saw it. My junior and senior will only get meaner. Take care. Now, context of Common listening to this and hearing him talk about his famous girlfriend, who he knows is Serena Williams, and then also saying that he's out here messing over the lives of these dudes who couldn't mess with his freshman album, and basically saying they're getting older, he's on top now, it's his time, but also I'm banging your girl. I can see how Common might take that as a subliminal, but let me know if there's other bars that you might think could have sparked this. But to start off 2012 on January 6th, Drake features on Rick Ross's Stay Schemin', and he replies with a verse directed towards Common. This is the first time that Drake was really battle-tested in the public. He had some little back and forth before he was super famous in Toronto, but this is the first real mainstream battle. And I think this was a big moment for a lot of fans to take him seriously as an MC, especially since a big part of Common's diss was also how a lot of the mainstream hip-hop heads might have felt about Drake looking soft or not being hip hop or using too much melody at the time. And here he stepped up to the plate and delivered one of his best guest verses of all time, if not the best guest verse of 2012, one of them. And in my opinion, probably one of his better guest verses ever. But let me know where you rank it in the comments and what your thoughts were when you first heard the verse.
I remember we were at Ross's house and he was playing me his project, and he just completely was like, oh yeah, this is like a song that me and French were working on. And I heard it and I was like, yo, this is it.
Right. Ooh, let
For
me
me, this
I can
right.
colonize.
Again, it was a rap record with bars that was wavy, that had a hook. That's very rare and very hard to come by. Like it was pure bars, but the hook kept you engaged. The beat
hard to come by. What? It's like he's shopping for the songs. Quentin, where you at?
Wasn't some like boom bap, like granola shit that like, you know, made you like, yeah, just like some like dry ass. Like it had a wave. It sounded like nighttime in the whip. Yeah. And yeah, I took the record back with me to the hotel. I think to the studio I was at. I did the verse that night. Maybe I might have done the verse at Ross's house. We all went.
This nigga is such a fucking liar, bro. He is such a liar. You took it back and got somebody to write for you. That's what you did. Don't try to correct yourself because you realize
to get changed and shoot the video.
It bothers me when the gods get to acting like the broads. Guess every team doesn't come complete with dudes like ours. I see no need to compete with dudes like y'all. I just ask that when you see me, you speak up. That's all. Don't be ducking like you never wanted nothing. It's feeling like rap changed. It was a time. It was rugged. Back when if a dude reached, it was for a weapon. Nowadays, they reach just to sell their records. Might look light, but we heavy though. You think Drake will pull some shit like that? You never know. Now, this was also a big line in contention, like Drake acting tough, specifically on headlines. A lot of people said, you know, Drake was talking like a mafia boss. And here he's kind of responding to that too, saying like, you think Drake would do something like that? You never know. I know that line in itself caused a lot of controversy at the time. But here's where he was replying directly about Serena. Cardi want to tell me secrets about a rap dude. Tell that bitch it's attractive when you hold it down. Kobe about to lose 150 M's. Kobe, I hate it had to be him. Bitch, you wasn't with me shooting in the gym.
We literally were just talking about this because of the Saweetie Quavo situation. We literally talked about this last stream. This motherfucker love inserting himself in people's marriages, relationships. Like, who the fuck do you think you talking to? Calling my wife a bitch. I don't give a fuck if we divorcing. Bitch, mind your business. How is that any of your business? He love buttering up to men and disrespecting women. It's just so weird. I'm so glad Kobe made his bitch ass apologize.
but you wasn't with me shooting in the gym.
He's basically saying, listen,
Jeremy,
I know
please.
about you from Serena, and I'm actually
You
the
about to
one
get
who's
another
telling her,
strike.
you don't need to tell me all that stuff about Common. So clearly, this will spark a response from Common.
They dropped the Stay Scheming, and my homie called me Black Coffee, and he was like, man, he talking to you on that. And at that point, I was like, man, I can't even. I just gotta over the girl. I just gotta.
I think you're mad.
It wasn't even a
I
girl.
don't see the shot on Stay Scheming.
We couldn't tell, like, cause that's what. So that's why I was like, we couldn't tell. So that's why I was like, hey, I'm gonna let you know, like right now. This what. So if you coming at me, you gonna know who it is. I'm coming at you. I'm coming.
I also, interestingly enough, did ask Lucian Grange once on a red carpet, my first ever red carpet with Hip Hop DX, about this bar where Drake said, tell Lucian, I said, fucking, I'm tearing holes in the budget. I asked him if that was a real phone call that he gets from Drake, like, hey, I need more budget. And Lucian at that point said,
I have one specific question about a lyric that I wanted to ask you. So on Stay Scheming, Drake says, tell Lucian I said, fuck it, I'm tearing holes in my budget.
Tell Lucian I said, fuck it, I'm tearing holes in my budget.
Did Drake call you up after that and say, hey, I need more money for my project?
If ever Drake or whenever Drake calls up and says he needs more money for his project, I give it to him.
That's probably the right.
He's the greatest.
This is 2020.
Now he think you sabotaging him, Lucian. What changed? It went from endless budget to do what I want. I could turn the lights off in this motherfucker when I want to. Now you think he's sabotaging you. Crazy how time flies. Crazy how time changes things.
Funny when I asked him. So, Drake is their guy. I think they had just re-upped that $400 million contract shortly afterwards. So clearly he did give him whatever he wanted in terms of money at that time. Common replied with a remix of Stay Scheming where he called Drake Canada Dry, which I still think about sometimes when I drink Canada Dry. I think about Common's Stay Scheming remix because it was great advertising for the ginger ale brand. Honestly, Canada Dry is great. Okay, Canada Dry is a great drink. Especially, a hot day, you pop open a Canada Dry. You know what I'm talking about. I haven't been drinking the last year. A Canada Dry at the bar with a little lime. You know what I'm saying? Common said, everybody know you sweet. What the problem is, don't play dumb. I'm the one that acknowledged it. Son of a B, I imagine what your father is. She said, how you make your opponent the rapper of the moment. His style, he don't own it. Acting all hard when he hardly like that. You gonna mess around and make me catch a body like that. Ooh, don't do it. You wasn't a bitch because you sing. You a bitch because you cling like a bitch that's 18. Can't say my name, but rap about a dude's wife. I'm taking too long with this amateur guy. You ain't wet nobody. You Canada Dry. From there, we never got a direct Drake reply, but I'm sure there were more subliminals on some verses afterwards. Anybody can spot any. Let me know. At the time, I remember thinking these were really hard bars from Common too. So it was a very solid back and forth. So it wasn't like Drake came out here and washed Common away or anything like that. But I think a lot of people did look at it like, okay, he's ready to compete at that level when someone does challenge him. Meanwhile, J. Cole rented out a house in LA and is working on the follow-up to his debut album, Born Sinner. Cole brought out producers and musicians and was finally working on an album from scratch. He'd used almost all of the songs he was saving for his last two projects, and with the pressure off of him to create this hit for the label, he can now create the album that he actually wanted to make, but he had to do it from scratch with all new ideas. And he wanted to showcase where he was at in his life now. But it wasn't just Drake. Cole got into his first ever back and forth as well. The shocking target, Diggy Simmons. Yes, 2011 XXL freshman Diggy Simmons and son of Run. I actually liked a few Diggy songs at the time. I'm just going to say it. But Cole allegedly talked about a fling.
Drake, J. Cole, you a bitch. You a bitch, J. Cole. Because you, of all people, you want to be for Diggy Simmons. Diggy fucking Simmons, Rev Run son. Whose house runs house? That's who you want to be with?
That he had with Diggy's sister on an unreleased song called Purple Rain. They did go to school together at St. John's. And there were some comments made back and forth and maybe some bars back and forth. But in February, J. Cole released Grew Up Fast, where he jokingly aimed a couple lines at Diggy and said this: move along, ain't nothing to see. Unless you're talking about blockbusters, you dudes is not Russell, you more Diggy. Me, I'm more Biggie. No diss to the young boy. I'm just rapping, get bored quickly. Just to make up for that line, invite him on tour with me, show him the game, let him finagle these whores with me, run through the doors with me, hit the Ritz-Carlton for the night, leave him there with 2 dykes, probably change a dude's life. What up, Vanessa? I loved you that one semester. Thanks to my profession, I balled like Uncle Fester. Diggy probably didn't take too kindly to these bars, and he had recorded a track that ended up leaking where he aimed at Cole. Cole didn't respond in an official capacity, but he did respond with this freestyle, ironically, on stage with Kendrick Lamar, and I think he ended the beef.
Talent album flop, but it's cool. He caked out on his allowance. I was out in Vegas. Kicks was the latest. Bitch was the baddest. Her head was the greatest. Only one thing that I ask of you haters, you can't diss a nigga if you got him on your playlist.
And look at Kendrick being messy as fuck. Just messy.
Leaking where he aimed at Cole. Cole didn't respond in an official capacity, but he did respond with this freestyle, ironically, on stage with Kendrick Lamar, and I think he ended the beef.
Talent album flop, but it's cool. He caked out on his allowance. I was out in Vegas. Kicks was the latest. Bitch was the baddest. Her head was the greatest. Only one thing that I ask of you haters, you can't diss a nigga if you got him on your playlist.
He's so fucking messy. So fucking messy. Okay? And one thing I'm going to say is, I notice how every time Drake and J. Cole, if they get into some shit, they always disrespecting women. What's up with that? Why y'all always disrespecting women? Now she a bitch and you talking about how she gave head? I would have fucking batted the shit out of J. Cole kneecaps. And the fucking Kendrick messy ass. You so fucking messy.
You haters, you can't diss a nigga if you got him on your playlist.
In February, MTV released their 2012's Hottest MCs list, where Drake was number 2, and Cole and Kendrick were nowhere to be found on the list. Even though in reality at this point, I do think that Cole deserved to be on that list. If you look at his success the previous year with Sideline Story and his buzz at the moment, I think he did deserve a spot. And Kendrick, of course, would pop that list the next year after Good Kid, Mad City, but that's a whole nother story. We'll get to that in the next video. In an interview Cole did with Bootleg Kev, he did say it bothered him. And on his Inevitable series, he said that it felt like the mainstream publications weren't showing him the respect that he felt he deserved at that time, or that he was being overlooked. Cole had other things to worry about that month because he was at All-Star Weekend receiving an alley-oop from Kevin Hart that actually became pretty legendary.
One-on-one, yes. Any type of movement, it becomes a problem. It's over with.
We just saw a dunk. J. Cole rising up on the alley-oop feed from Kevin Hart. It's a cold world right now.
Somebody in the comments said that they were going to tell their kids that this was LeBron and D Wade, and I thought it was pretty funny. That same month, Cartoons and Cereal ended up leaking, which was a Kendrick song with Gunplay, and the reaction was pretty crazy.
So, man, holler at us about that Cartoons and Cereal real quick.
Hell yeah, shit. Matter of fact, I'm gonna try to. I should have been hit this nigga Gunplay. I want to get the video done for that motherfucker. So. We've been talking about it. I know I'm going to Tallahassee tomorrow. That's not too far. Hopefully I can get that dude out to put the pieces, the final touches on them up, because once we threw it out there, it was really killed the streets, man. That was something for the album, actually. And it just felt like, shit, they need that now. So went out there, that motherfucker did what it did, and it's going crazy. So we love it.
It was initially supposed to be on Good Kid, Mad City on the album, and if you listen to it, you can see how it might fit into the context of that storyline. But Gunplay was dealing with a lot of legal trouble, and there were some clearance issues, so it didn't end up on that project.
This is the legendary Fruity Pebbles. None of that bullshit ass Cheerios with the no sugar. What all that healthy shit, Raisin Bran? Stop talking to me. Don't talk to me about no fucking Raisin Bran, dog. Wheaties? Stop it. Don't talk to me. You pick that up in the hour with me, I'm liable to punch you in your face if you was my cousin. The crunch is always one of a kind. I'm laughing and shit. I'm serious. And let me show you what I do. I eat that one crunch just to get the feel of the shit, and I just let that shit sit.
motherfuckers. All y'all can suck my dick. All them days at the
Bring it back after a minute. 60-40 rule. I like half of my shit 60% soggy and the other 40 crunchy. Now you be able to blend that shit in. Fire back. I got this shit down to a science. Stop talking to me. Science. I got this shit down to a science. Talk for hours about this shit. I mastered this shit.
Meanwhile, also in February,
A motherfucker mastering the ratios of cereal. That's what you really want to go to war with?
where the club
A fucking maniac.
Paradise Tour kicked off, and opening up for Drake were A$AP Rocky and none other than Kendrick Lamar. Here's what Kendrick had to say about his experience on that tour.
Than I had 6 months ago with a whole nother demographic, of people listening to my music. I'm definitely going to capitalize off that. Shout out to Drake. He reached out. How did that happen?
Some time now that it's been since you were on the tour. How important was that tour to you, and where you're at right now?
That tour was a great advantage, and I shout out Drake every time for letting me see that atmosphere. Because what happens is it warms you up, for what's to come. Everybody want to get bigger and want to get better and have a broader audience. But when you get to that level, some might not know how to control the audience, and that's a tough job to do. To have a arena full of people, in tune with every song, every movement, So it was really like I want to say scrimmage. By the time my next album come around, hopefully I'll be on them leagues, right?
So you kind of saw how Drake did it,
Yeah.
It's educational,
Right. That's a whole nother world.
And Kendrick would rap this freestyle every night.
The way he comes off as very appreciative and very grateful for the opportunity in a lot of these interviews, is the main reason why I kind of feel like nothing dramatic probably happened on that tour. And if something did, he's very good at hiding it. I think something probably happened after the fact, personally.
Introducing himself to the people.
But I also will say, if you ever look at tour footage, you don't really see Kendrick around. The only time you actually see him is at the end of the show where they're closing out. You only see really A$AP Rocky and Drake actually chilling and hanging together. You don't see Kendrick chilling with Drake or Kendrick chilling with A$AP Rocky.
My name is Kendrick Lamar. My words like a sword in the hands of a Spartan marching on Rosecrans and Compton. You can't cause conflict or corrupt my spirit. I'm on point like Pirate. I've been there and gone before you get near it. Ooh wee. That boy remind me of a young Martin Luther. The way piece of truth was around them shooters.
Not too much.
I stand for what I believe in. That's family.
Not too much.
From Chicago, my daddy and my mama. They came to Compton to accomplish one thing. Reign supreme, raise a king named Kendrick. I ain't lying to stand for king and I am one. My unborn son and grandson will live royal. From the coochie to the soil, the meek shall inherit the earth. Well, I had this world since birth. Fuel the good king's hunger. The Crips made strong, the Pyrus made stronger. Muscle in my heart, I stare in the eyes of Mozart and tell him I'm the genius. I love myself and I hug myself because I mean this with all my soul. And you can't control greatness unless you hating with the heart of Satan. But even that can't stop it. I tell a nigga get out my wallet and put passion in your logic, passion in your life, the passion of my Christ is in me. If you say it ain't, you may offend me. Damn, that boy good. I'm bright as Thomas Edison, but I'm Gucci Man hood. I stood alone, prolonged my whole career, but now I'm here. You can shoot shots of cheer. Cause New Orleans, I'm Kendrick motherfucking Lamar. Love y'all.
There's actually footage of Kendrick, A$AP, and Drake all hanging out backstage.
Yeah, it's rare that you meet people, man, with talent and then a mindset and then just an immediate loyalty to go with that talent, So when I met ASAP, like I've said in the interviews, you know, to whoever asked me, you know, I'll say the same thing, man. Like this guy right here, just right off the bat, did one of the kindest things anybody's ever done. Like came to check me, brought me a bottle of Chris. You know what I'm saying? Got me back drinking Chris. Like, fun. So, you know, it's people I can put on here that the label wants me to put on here, but I fight for this one reason, man. Like I fight to promote what I love. You know what I'm saying? I fight to promote the music that I truly love. So when I get in the car, the rare moments that I get in the car, drive, you know, this is what I'm listening to. You know, other than myself, other than, you know, the family, this is what I'm listening to. So it's only right, man. Like 12,000 people tonight. 13, yeah. Yeah, the night after that, you know. Yeah, we about to put some spirits tonight, let these kids have fun, but you know, I feel like everybody on this tour just has it right now. I feel like this is a moment in time. So, you know, I'm honored this man accepted. I'm just happy to be here. I'm honored to be here, man.
He even referenced
Jeremy, that little blurb before you just showed that clip is cat. There's not a bunch of footage of them all hanging together. ASAP, Drake, and Kendrick. They just showed one 10-second clip, and it looks like he's on the sideline watching them perform. But that's the only clip you see of Kendrick on the entire tour besides him being on stage. So no, they were not hanging together, or at least it wasn't on film. You seen Drake and A$AP Rocky chilling together, and that makes sense. And that makes sense because it's alleged that A$AP and Drake actually had a threesome together with Sophie. And it was a possible chance that Adonis was gonna be A$AP's. So no. I get what you're trying to do, but no. And the story of Drake, you know, who he chose to run with, he claimed he fought for A$AP and Kendrick to be a part of the Club Paradise tour instead of an R&B act. I just feel like while there's no one who disputes that take, my opinion has always been that around this time, Drake was just tired of being called soft. He was coming off the successful release of Take Care, a hip-hop album, but an album that was heavily infused with like R&B, pop, electronica sounds. And on this album, Drake rapped and sang, highlighting his emotions and his vulnerability. The album was good. The album was phenomenal, highly praised. But many say if they had to give Drake a classic album, it would be Take Care, and I agree. So, but shout out to The Weeknd. However, as good as an album that was, it helped push the narrative of Drake being soft. Period. And this easily contrasted against what people seen as the traditional macho image and sound that had long dominated mainstream hip hop. Again, his label wanted an R&B act to go on tour to go with the vibe of the tour. But he hasn't got to it yet, but I think like 4 p.m. in Calabasas, Drake rap. What did he say on that? Even back when I was popping, when he told me to take an R&B nigga on the road, I told him no, and I drew for Kendrick and Rocky. You wanted to beef up your image. So you went and got the 2 little black niggas from the hood to help you boost up your image. They were both 2 rappers coming up and making names for themselves in the hip-hop scene. So you thought it was perfect. It fit. So cut the shit.
The decision to take them on tour with these bars on 4 p.m. in Calabasas, and said it was something that even his label didn't want him to do, but that he wanted to make that decision for hip hop. Even back when I wasn't as poppin', when they told me take an R&B dude on the road and I told them no and drew for Kendrick and Rocky, I tried to make the right choices with the world watch.
Damn, I'm ahead of the game. I just literally said that. I'm a little ahead of the game. Slow down, Monie.
Talking about that decision to Elliott Wilson in an interview, shout out to my co-host, Drake said this: "I'm confident and happy with my career, which allows me to listen to people without bias, without feeling any kind of way. With Take Care, I sort of solidified my lane, what I do, and the artist I am. So in just keeping my eyes open, I found two guys that I enjoyed their music, and then I got to meet them, and I enjoyed their movement and had respect for the people that they are. I like what they stand for. I said to myself, it would be great to embark on a nice, young, refreshing journey with these guys, as opposed to teaming myself up with somebody who could sell me some tickets. But luckily, and I do say luckily because it is a blessing, I don't really need anybody to sell me in."
Wait, I said to myself, it would be great to embark on a nice, young, refreshing journey with these guys, as opposed to teaming myself up with somebody who could sell me some tickets. Is it just me, or is that shade? Is it just me, or is that shade? I'm gonna go on tour with these little niggas who can't pull no tickets. I don't know. Maybe I'm reaching. But what? Huh?
Tickets. A lot of the shows had been sold out before I added anybody. It's not to say ASAP and Kendrick didn't sell.
Yeah, see, okay. Yeah, I'm not tripping. But luckily, and I do say luckily because it is a blessing, I don't really need anybody to sell me any tickets. A lot of the shows had been sold out before I added anybody. It's not to say ASAP and Kendrick didn't sell tickets or that people weren't excited, but I got to pick artists I actually liked. It wasn't like a label or Live Nation telling me this is who you need to pick so we can sell these shows. It's very little bro and niggas. All the time. It's very much so little bro and niggas. And back to my point, Drake was likely tired of being seen as a pushover and emotional. Even Lil Wayne saw that in him. Drake, you were signed to Young Money Entertainment and Cash Money Records. Lil Wayne told you, keep it Canadian. Don't try to be no thug ass nigga like me. That's not your lifestyle. Keep it Canadian. Continue to be the child TV star. And he went opposite of that.
Tickets, or that people weren't excited, but I got to pick artists I actually liked. It wasn't
another thing too. People don't realize with the connection to Lil Wayne that Drake has, Kendrick Lamar also had a connection to Lil Wayne and Cash Money, Young Money, Glasses Malone. So it made sense why you picked Kendrick Lamar, because there was already a relationship, a connection there with Top Dog. And he was cool with Birdman and what is the other nigga? Is it BG? I think it's BG. I could be wrong. But the other owner of Young Money, Cash Money. So it's not like you just found these niggas. No, Kendrick was already locked in, if I'm not mistaken. This shit is just so fake. You picked ASAP Rocky because they would give you an aesthetic and an image that you actually like, not because you really like them. Like, let's call it a spade, bro. And people like to push this narrative all the fucking time, bro. You picked them because they were popping, they were up and coming, and they were two dudes. One was from Harlem and one was from Compton. Two very pivotal places in hip hop. Slim, yes, thank you so much.
Label or Live Nation telling me this is who you need to pick so we can sell these shows out. We all get along and respect each other's direction and craft, and we're all so different, which allowed us to get out there and embrace each other just on some young, revitalizing shit. It was the best tour I've been on to date. Kendrick admits that his audience grew from that tour. He went from doing about 500 to 3,000 people to the Drake shows, which were 10,000 to 20,000 people at the time. I mean, he even sold out the O2 Arena back-to-back nights in London, which is 18K
100%.
people each night. And apparently they said he could have done a third night.
I'm on this motherfucking Club Paradise tour, matter of fact. Tallahassee, 2 more hours. You gotta drive out. Kill that shit. My nigga Drake, TDE, high power in this motherfucker, you know?
How that been, man? That's been crazy, right?
Yeah. Stupid. Like the transition of me doing the 2,000 venues I've been doing back then is a little sketchy for me doing this 10,000. I got to really work some motherfucking magic and set my game all the way up. But it's a challenge. I love it, though. So, nigga Drake holding us down, you know what I mean? Pulling us out there to see this motherfucking crowd that we ain't seen before, me and ASAP Chase. It's a lovely movie, man.
He also headlined Wireless that year, bringing out The Weeknd and Nicki Minaj with 65,000 people in attendance. Rosenberg even asked Kendrick how he felt about touring with Drake, who was the bigger artist at the time, and asked if he felt any pressure to switch up the type of music that he makes just to appeal to a crowd that size or to gain an audience like Drake had.
This is what brings about an interesting relationship of yours. I have to say I was excited and concerned when I heard about you touring with Drake. Yeah. I was like, that's dope. That's dope. And I was like, well, I hope it doesn't hang with Drake too hard because, you know, Drake is a dude who the space he's in musically right now, you know, it's cool. There's a place for it, but Drake isn't exactly doing what we thought he would, what many of nerdy backpackers like myself thought he might be doing a few years ago. Right. And I won't lie, definitely crossed my mind. I was like, damn, I hope Kendrick doesn't get co-opted by the radio scene that Drake is caught up in right now. So how do you balance having a relationship and touring with someone when musically you're really in a kind of a different space than Drake is in?
Yeah, at the end of the day, it goes back to what I said the first time. I gotta have a vision. You know, me being 17 or 19 years ago, I'd have easily been manipulated, you know, by being on stage with a person that sold millions, you know, in front of millions and sold millions of records, you know, every night. And seeing people, seeing that crowd, that sea of people.
I don't think he was starstruck at all. I just think Kendrick gives people respect until you lose the respect. That's what I think it was. And plus, he was given an opportunity. You know, granted, Kendrick was obviously making a name for himself, but he wasn't Drake at that point as far as status goes. And that's just the truth. That's just the truth of the matter. And I think he was appreciative of the opportunity, of any opportunity that was presented to him. But people have to remember, Drake wasn't just picking him just to fucking pick him. Kendrick Lamar had already been passed the crown by Snoop Dogg. They gave him the torch of the King of the West before he went on this tour. Am I wrong? Am I getting my timeline mixed up? But I believe that's accurate. So I don't think Kendrick was starstruck at all. Kendrick just knows how to pay respect. You give me an opportunity, thank you. I'm appreciative of it. If you ask me in an interview, I'm not shying away from acknowledging that you did something for me. That's what real people do. But then you have fake people who like to little bro niggas and try to give you backhanded compliments saying, oh, I put you on this tour not to sell tickets. My tickets was already sold. If Drake was a real person, he would have acknowledged that Kendrick was bringing a different type of energy to his tour. A$AP Rocky was bringing a different type of energy to his tour. There was no reason for him to say, oh, my tickets are already sold out. That's corny. That's lame to me.
At the end of the day, it goes back to what I said the first time. I gotta have a vision. You know, me being 17 or 19 years ago, I'd have easily been manipulated, you know, by being on stage.
Kendrick has never shied away from paying homage and paying respect for people who have come before him. Never.
With a person that sold millions, you know, in front of millions and sold millions of records, you know, every night. And seeing people, seeing that crowd, that sea of people, I'd have easily, you know, try to transcend what I was doing and compromise what he was doing.
Because there had to be nights when you got on stage before him. And obviously, I know every night you rocked. I'm sure there were people who came out for you. But I'm sure a larger part of that audience was for Drake. And there were nights when you're out there doing your songs and cats weren't reacting the same way they would be if you were doing something that was much friendlier to them.
Definitely.
You have to have some confidence.
That's a challenge within itself.
Right.
And I already knew I was going to go into the situation being able to challenge myself because I'm used to doing, a crowd of 3,000. And this was no radio, no album, or no promotion. So I'm figuring, that's good for me, in the world that I'm in as an artist. And when you put up against 10,000 people, you already got to be prepared mentally to know what you're up against. You got to have nothing but confidence and to win over at least 10 people at a time at a show. You're not going to get everybody. But I figure if I'm doing 30 shows with this dude and I can win over at least 100, that's a bigger stepping for me and my company. So that's how I look at it.
But Drake was conscious of wanting an audience.
Now he doing 50,000 a night. From 3,000 to 50,000.
That size and wanting to appeal to the masses. He really did want to be the biggest artist in the world, and it's clear in his interviews. In that interview with Elliot, he said this about not just focusing on just being considered the best rapper and wanting to make music for the masses. He said the names don't mean anything. This was in reference to him working with a bunch of big names on Thank Me Later. If the songs aren't good, they're not good. If me and so-and-so don't make a bunch of music like me and 40 would, or me and Jamie XX would, that moves people that I can come to Berlin and do for 8,000, 9,000 people, or go do 30,000 people in London, if it's not going to work, then what's the point? Who am I doing it for? I'm basically doing it for your website, which was Rap Radar at the time. But it is...
When you starstruck, you thinking about how you can get closer and cool with that person. Nah, Kendrick came there on a mission. Kendrick came there to work. He came there to make new fans. What he say on Control? I'm trying to figure out how to take your fans, basically, essentially. That's what he was on. He wasn't thinking about no fucking Drake. He was trying to get them fans.
Who am I doing it for? I'm basically doing it for your website, which was Rap Radar at the time. But it is clear that on some level, Drake still did care about being respected as an MC. Even if he said it didn't bother him, you could tell that that was one of his goals, and it did matter to him. After Kendrick and A$AP finished their legs, J. Cole joined the summer leg of the tour alongside Meek Mill and Waka Flocka Flame. And ironically, J. Cole and Kendrick furthered their musical relationship while Cole was on that tour. There was a delay during the Raleigh, North Carolina stop, so Kendrick flew down to Fayetteville, and the two worked together on their collab project while on Cole's studio bus. He came to Fayetteville, and we worked on that studio bus for 2 or 3 days. Before, I had sent him joints, but this was the first time we actually got to lock in and work on shit. And that shit was so fun, dog. It felt like when your cousin would come over to your house. Kendrick even played Cole some of his album Good Kid, Mad City at the time, but this was the first chance that they had to really lock in together like that. In terms of the tour, Cole said that even though it was Drake's tour, he had some diehard fans out there rapping his lyrics every single night, which was obviously encouraging.
So how's the Drake tour going?
It's good, man. We at the early stages. It's fun. You know what I'm saying?
For sure.
Words, a lot of rappers.
A lot of rappers.
Lot
It's
of
such a
rappers.
hip-hop tour.
It is, man.
Rappity rap popping
It's
on.
dope. I think we scared Live Nation a little bit.
Hey, for real.
Word.
I know you and Drake, you guys share a lot of the same fans. Is it kind of cool to go on tour and see? I mean, that's a big tour, that's a big
Yeah,
audience.
yeah.
Singing some, your album, you know what I mean? That has been anticipated.
Has Drake ever done a stadium? No, he has not. It is very rare for rappers to do stadiums. Travis Scott has done a couple stadiums, but he mixed in a lot of arena tours. Jay-Z has done stadiums, but he's done them on tour with Beyonce. So they are actually her shows. Eminem has done stadiums, but it was only like 5 or 6 shows with Rihanna. So it's very rare. We've never seen a rapper do nearly 50 stadium shows as the headlining act. I think 10 to 15 of them, which were by himself. So Kendrick is the first.
For so long, finally came out in September.
Absolutely.
What's that like, man? Seeing people really vibe to
It's dope, man.
the hard work.
it's an incredible feeling, you know, to be, you know, when you do the singles, it's a wrap. You know what I'm saying? Like, but to be able to do a few of the album, because I only got so much time on the stage, but to be able to do a few of the album joints and to see people in the crowd that know 'em word for word. I do Dial in a Dream and they know it, you know what I'm saying? And the real cool thing is, like, I mean, I don't know how cool it is for them, but like, you know, the ticket prices kind of determine where you're sitting, right? So it's like, you got these people in the front who are diehard Drake fans and they paid top-notch prices,
big,
like just like
paper.
VIP level, right?
For sure.
So, and even some of them, like, a lot of them know like word for word. But the real crazy thing is, like, if I squint my eyes and I look way in the back,
and
you know, 'cause we doing like amphitheaters,
I know.
Way in the back, like a bunch of like diehard fans. You see the Cold World shirts, like, so my fans is kind of like
they there,
like they paid $800, like they couldn't go.
Y'all, I have a question. This has nothing to do with this video. I'm sorry I had to pause it in the middle of him talking, but I'm gonna rewind it back. But I was just wondering, because Delisha said Cole is somewhere riding a bike. After the fight between Cole and Diddy, and then learning about Diddy trying to blow up Kid's Cudi car. Well, he did blow it up. Kid's Cudi car. Do y'all think Cole ride bikes because Diddy tried to blow up his car? I'm sorry, I can't even get it out. But do y'all think Cole rides bikes because Diddy probably threatened to blow up his car? Listen, I don't know what made me think of that, but I think that's reasonable. I think that's very reasonable.
To the 250 or whatever, fans is kind of like
they there,
like they paid $800, like they couldn't go to the 250 or whatever.
They couldn't be right in the front, but they rocking with you, man.
But they all the way there in the back, so it's love.
Cole continued to drop Lucy's, releasing The Cure, where he rapped over Kanye and Jay Beat from Watch the Throne. He had a verse on the Drank in My Cup remix, which I loved at the time, and a verse on the remix for Beyonce's Party. He also dropped Visions of Home and a couple more SoundCloud Lucy's. While Cole was dropping unofficial singles, though, without the pressure of the label and working on his next body of work, Kendrick was gearing up for his official release. On July 31st, Kendrick dropped Swimming Pools, the second official single from Good Kid, Mad City after The Recipe with Dr. Dre. The craziest part about this song was I remember kids were pre-gaming to this song, drinking and getting drunk and turning up to this song, even though Kendrick is so genius that he coded this turn-up song with messages about the dangers of drinking. I remember I was the guy at the party telling the girl, like, she's singing this song. Oh my God, I love this song. I'm like, you don't even understand, though. This song is really about the dangers of drinking and why Kendrick doesn't drink now, because the trauma that it caused in his family. He's actually saying we don't need to be drinking. And you know what? Enjoy the song. It's funny because I didn't drink at the time, so it was even more relatable. I even made a remix to Swimming Pools at this time. I was talking about not wanting to drink. I'll see if I can find it. I'll insert a little piece of it.
Pour the drink, dive in it, step into the spot as a vibe with it. I'm thinking that I might pass out for the night soon, but I need 5 minutes. I need less tweet.
Jeremy, don't piss me off. This your third strike in the video so far. This your third strike.
More living, less rappers, more women, less bull, no Jordan, Pippin, less drowning and more sipping. Okay, if I'm the feature, you're a rental man. These rappers biting me, I think they need a dental plan. They taking shots at me, someone should call the doctor. Please need a shot to get lost. Since he's swimming, I let the vodka speak. Take a shot at me, you're about to be on top of the world, just try to see. Come on, hype, just go there, don't be scared. I'll lead the way, there's drinks, girls, partying. There's no point in seeing straight. I usually only sip beer, but then I hear the people say, why you babysitting? Only 2 or 3 shots. I'ma show you how to turn it up a notch.
The song peaked at number 17 on Billboard, number 3 on the US Hot R&B and Hip Hop Songs chart, and ended up going 4 times platinum in the US. Kendrick ended up winning Lyricist of the Year at the BET Hip Hop Awards later that year over J. Cole, Nas, Jay-Z, and Kanye West.
Lyricist of the Year. I'm talking about Jay-Z, I'm talking about Nas, I'm talking about Kanye West, I'm talking about my homeboy J. Cole. But for them to give me Lyricist of the Year, I I know for a fact
he had to get his shit off.
that I was alone. God and you motherfuckers. So with that being said, I'm gonna give you that was the first step. Tonight is for everybody to understand me. I need you to recognize my playing the way y'all can fuck with the Grammy. My name is Kendrick Lamar.
Well, at the BET Awards, Drake won Male Hip Hop Artist of the Year, and Big Sean won Best New Artist. But speaking of Sean, on September 5th, both J. Cole and Kendrick had stand artists. But speaking
2 Chainz said you good, but he lied.
Awards, Drake won Male Hip Hop Artist of the Year, and Big Sean won Best New Artist. But speaking of Sean, on September 5th, both J. Cole and Kendrick had standout verses on Big Sean's Detroit mixtape, which is still my favorite project from Sean, who is my favorite rapper, as a lot of you guys already know. But I think Kendrick's verse really stood out on this one, and it almost sounded like he was thinking the world actually might end in 2012, or that he might not be around for that long. I don't know. It had a really eerie feeling. He had a sense of urgency. I gotta climb these effing charts. I gotta do something that's innovative, creative, just to create a legacy before death do us part. I gotta find, because I want to vote. I promise I know the history of those who died for the rights for me to survive, but those who lied.
This is just very on brand. Big Sean being Jeremy's favorite rapper. It just makes sense, bro. It makes sense. I don't know how to explain it, but it just makes fucking sense.
To the minority will make them turn inside their grave. I can easily pretend like y'all, but that's not me. I gotta spread the truth even when the truth can hurt. The youth need to know every detail about this earth. The devil controls it. So before you scrutinize how I feel as God, if the poll is important, the end is near. The way he said the end is near was so eerie to me at that time. And even on Grow Up Fast, you can hear Cole say Big Sean was in the building. And apparently, Big Sean, J. Cole, and Meek Mill were working on a joint EP together that we obviously never got. But Cole was supposed to be on Burn with Meek Mill and Big Sean, which, of course, never happened. Cole probably has like 7 collab projects that are just set. Apparently, he was working on one potentially with Miguel. Cole, we need this music. Let the vault go.
Cole be getting smoked on his own shit. And when he gets smoked, he don't put it out. And there's a pattern there. You keep talking about all these collabs you want to have with all these people, and then it never comes out because you insecure.
Oh, in the same way that you're letting out these stories on Inevitable, let the music out. There's so much. Just one day for the people. Come on. Drake hopped on Meek's song Amen, marking their first official collaboration, which would also end up on Meek's
Not they was besties at one point.
Debut album, and some of the video was shot on the Club Paradise tour. You can even see J. Cole in the background here. I do love that song. Kendrick appeared alongside MG on the song Power Circle, which isn't here. I do love that song.
Notice Kendrick is nowhere to be found in the video. Nigga went there to do his work and leave.
Kendrick appeared alongside MMG on the song Power Circle, which is an incredible posse cut. I recently chopped it up with Wale and I asked him about this song, and he said that Ross gave them no real heads up about the actual song. He just said, you're going to want to take this one seriously. Let me know who had the best verse on that song in the comments.
You know what I also was listening to right before this was Power Circle?
Mhm.
That was crazy. How does that even happen?
All I know is Ross was like, go in on this joint. You don't know who's gonna be on there. You know, he said you on the road now. I just locked in. Everybody get out the studio. When I heard it all together, I was like, okay, I did exactly what it sounds exactly how it sounds.
That's why I don't even have a favorite verse. Like, I do think there's a top 3 verses.
Me, Gunplay, and that.
I have Meek above Gunplay, but Gunplay has the quotables. Done on you dudes. Time to pee now.
Yeah, time to pee now.
That was great too.
We'll see back.
I'm gonna have to put Gunplay above.
Everybody, we'll see back.
Yeah.
Where your plate? Where your lobster? Where your sea bass?
But you got a hook, so that's why I give you like extra credit.
Ross didn't like over-inform us like on stuff. He was like, oh, this song's called this. Boom, whatever. Yeah.
Speaking of features, Drake had a pretty insane feature run in 2012 while he was gearing up for his next release. He kept the fans fed and his momentum alive while on tour with features that included songs like Pop That, No Lie with 2 Chainz, Round of Applause with Waka, The Zone with The Weeknd, Diced Pineapples with Ross and Wale, and the Aaliyah song Enough Said. At the time, Drake was working on a reported posthumous album with Aaliyah vocals, working on it with 40.
How the fuck you gonna work on an album for Aaliyah? You don't know that lady. That is so weird.
It obviously didn't end up coming out in full. But in terms of the features, he said he learned this tactic from Lil Wayne in terms of keeping the fans fed on his off-cycle time. Big Biz even called Drake a 99 overall player during this feature run. But the buzz around Kendrick's album kept growing, and at this point, people were anticipating this album to be something special. The album initially leaked, which Kendrick said did bother him at first, and at that time, there were real worries with the leak that if it didn't live up to the hype, that people weren't going to buy it as much. But true fans were waiting it out. Even J. Cole said he waited to listen to this album until the day it dropped. I did too. I went to Walmart, I bought the CD, I listened in my car, I kicked the seat back, had my eyes closed and listened to the whole thing and remember seeing it vividly like a movie. I can still see in my mind the images that I had when I was first listening to that album. But let me know where you were when you first heard Good Kid, Mad City and what your initial thoughts were.
Kendrick was so upset his album leaked. He was like, there's a lot of people that love Little Kendrick's life. My boy was pissed.
And in anticipation of the album on October 20th, Kendrick dropped The Heart Part 3. The song was titled Will You Let It Die? And on it, Kendrick asked the listener a question. Will you let hip hop die or will you support it by keeping it alive and going out to get his album? Kendrick said on that song, when the whole world see you as Pac reincarnated, that's enough pressure to live your whole life sedated, find the tallest building in Vegas and jump off it. But I could never rewrite history in a coffin. So I'm talking to God, can you wash all these demons off me? And if they said that I'm the one, why you asking me? Because when the whole world see you as Pac reincarnated, enough pressure to make you just open the book of David and pray to God that you make it or live your life in the matrix. Because falling off is a sickness. I heard that it's quite contagious. I need to separate myself to stand out. It's funny because on Buried Alive, Kendrick references the Matrix as well, where he said, felt like the initiation, a reality living in the Matrix. So it's interesting that that could even be a callback to what he was experiencing on Buried Alive on Drake's album. Keep in mind at this time, even though Drake sold a ton and of course Cole sold well with his debut album, we still weren't out of the era where sales determined what your next projects would be like, especially the budgets that went toward them. Kendrick had a lot around this album, but also the future of other artists who took the craft as seriously as Kendrick did too. That's why he phrased it as the fate of hip hop lying in the hands of this album. And the audience had that choice. But hip hop lived, and Good Kid, Mad City sold 200.
Yeah, you have at least 10 years.
But this video of him performing Money Trees at Best Buy for the first time is a certified classic for sure.
And that's a lifestyle that we never knew. Go where the reverend for the revenue. Hallelujah. What? Hallelujah. What? Think it wasn't, tell me what you do.
Drake called Good Kid the last great conceptual album. He said, I feel like the music that I write is utilized in life. It would be tough for me to go into conceptual storytelling. The last great concept album was Kendrick Lamar's Good Kid, Mad City. Still obviously true to his life, but very conceptual. Very stories that need to be told. I always say hats off to that album. That album's incredible. What an undertaking. There are rappers that are good at telling stories about people that aren't themselves. There are people that have vast imaginations to go and make up a story just to achieve a point. I draw off life experiences. And this wasn't just Drake's sentiment. Other people felt this way about the way Drake rapped and the way Kendrick rapped, specifically in a Complex article about Kendrick the day Good Kid, Mad City dropped. They said, Lamar's particular take on the art of storytelling, seeing the past as a window into the present, separates him from many of his peers. Consider Drake, who mostly raps about his current position on the timeline of his life as he lives it now. His raps have the urgency and nakedness of a diary entry read immediately after it was written. Lamar's approach is the opposite. To fully grasp the MC in 2012, you have to have known him when he was 12. And J. Cole said that when he heard the album, a lot changed for him. While he was happy for his friend, it only made him reflect on how he wasn't able to do on his album. He didn't do what Kendrick had done. He even felt like Kendrick had surpassed him. Not only with his numbers, but in terms of the love he was receiving from fans and his cultural impact with some of those songs. He said, when Kendrick's album dropped, the journey got harder. The mountain got steeper. Because similar to when So Far Gone dropped, where it was like, oh shit, there's another person out there that has the same ambitions as me. It happened like that with Kendrick. It was a feeling of surpassment. It was two indicators that told me. His first week numbers were more than mine. The other thing was we had a show where we were both on the same lineup, and I went before him and he went after me. And as we know from 7 Minute Drill, Cole definitely did think the album was a classic. But beyond that, on his audio series Inevitable, which is incredible, by the way, if you haven't listened, I draw a lot of these Cole stories from that podcast where him and his manager are basically telling these amazing stories. And shout out to Scott, he's moderating this, about their entire journey. I'll link that below. But basically, he was saying there that he was trying to catch up to Drake already. And now that Kendrick did Good Kid, Mad City, it felt like Kendrick surpassed him too. So now he's chasing the mainstream success of Drake and the critical acclaim of Kendrick. And he feels like he's almost behind in that race of the big three. But it's also cool to hear how he does reference those two as his reference points throughout his career. So this big three thing, it's real, okay? At least in the minds of these three. But sonically, hearing Good Kid, Mad City actually made him rethink his own upcoming album. Cole's biggest dream as an artist growing up was to have an undeniable classic first album similar to Illmatic, but his version, of course, Veilmatic. And while he did it with his mixtapes, seeing Kendrick do that with his actual major label debut album was another reminder that he didn't accomplish that goal. I think that would motivate him to work even harder on Born Sinner and eventually 2014 Forest Hills Drive, which to me is Cole's undeniable classic album. I think the other thing to remember from previous episodes too is that Cole had felt a lot of pressure from Jay-Z and the label in order to make this hit and make his album a certain way, and it ended up compromising the art. Whereas Kendrick would always talk about how Drake kind of just let him do his thing and bring me back the music. And while DJ Head did say that Swimming Pools was the result of Top Dawg wanting a single, even that, he didn't compromise his art for that single. He still, like I said earlier, had that message behind it, and it still fit conceptually into the album. Same with Bitch Don't Kill My Vibe.
You ain't
Same
got
with
the
Backseat
sauce,
Freestyle,
Cole.
which was still conceptually
You ain't got
him
it,
talking
nigga.
from the
You ain't
16-year-old
got the
perspective,
juice.
freestyling in the back of the car with his friends. On top of that, while J. Cole let Nas down at the time, and Nas the only one, congratulate me. In a song that can only be described as a victory lap, Kendrick dropped The Jig Is Up right after the album, and it was produced by J. Cole. Cole even described it as a victory lap on that song and claimed Kendrick as king. It was official that for this year, Kendrick had finally taken the crown. Your worst fear is confirmed. We love that you crash and burn. The real is back. K-Dot, it's your turn. Take your victory lap. King Cole saluting Compton's own King Kendrick. That's the sky is falling, the wind is calling, stand for something or die in the morning. The city, hail King Kendrick Lamar. The world, hail King Kendrick Lamar. He said people that thought Good Kid gon' flop or that I might go pop or your B won't drop knees when my drop. Y'all too infatuated with the effing numbers, which make it easy for me to divide and conquer, which I think is also very telling that, yes, Kendrick cared about the numbers to some degree, but he wanted to make art and he didn't want to go pop, which is, again, a theme that we're going to be exploring in a couple of later videos.
This Jig Is Up right you did with J. Cole.
Yeah.
It was done in one night.
Probably a few hours before it came out.
A few hours before it came out, you guys dropped it.
Yeah, just spontaneous, go in the studio and just, have fun.
That song was actually done a couple hours before it came out. So clearly Cole and Kendrick were hanging out right after the album release. And the collab album was still on the table at this point.
I know you and Cole got stuff in the can.
We got stash box.
A stash box.
A little stash box.
I mean, listen, I know that you get this question all the time about the J. Cole collabo mixtape album. Realistically, I mean, you guys aren't recording that stuff for nothing. You know what I'm saying?
We're not.
You guys just gonna surprise us one day?
I think that's what it's gonna boil down to.
I don't think you guys should promote it at all. Just one day we're gonna log on to Two Dope Boys and Rap Radar and just see it. Kendrick J. Cole mixtape.
Yeah, he got his album coming right now, which is incredible. He just dropped a single, Miss America, so I know everybody going in a frenzy for that, so we probably got to wait.
Speaking of victory laps, Kendrick got the ultimate.
I just think it's so funny, like how Kendrick talks in interviews compared to when you're listening to Cole and when you're listening to Drake. Again, shout out to Jeremy Heck for finding all of these clips because these niggas, you can't get an interview out of them now. Back then, they used to do interviews. But the difference in confidence between J. Cole and Drake versus Kendrick is alarming. Like Drake and Cole are always talking about feeling like they have to prove themselves. They're playing catch up, or they're afraid to really give people their props. They're always comparing themselves. Whereas Kendrick, he's just very humble. He's confident in himself. He's okay with giving people props and showing them love, talking about what it is that they're working on. It's just funny and interesting to see. We got about 10 minutes left of this video. After this one goes off, I am going to end the stream because I gotta get up early tomorrow. But tomorrow, I think I'm gonna come on around 5 o'clock. Tomorrow's Saturday, right? Yeah. Yeah, Saturday. I'm gonna come on tomorrow, probably like 5 or 6 o'clock, and we can finish the other two together if y'all want to do that. But yeah, so let's finish this up.
Gift when Jay-Z hopped on the remix of Don't Kill My Vibe the following year. But let's not jump ahead of ourselves. Jay-Z will be involved in the next couple of years. But we can't forget the role that Drake played in Good Kid, Mad City, and how it connects to his...
Who's gonna be up at 5 a.m.? Who's gonna be up at 5 a.m., Nash? 5 p.m. Eastern time. So 5 p.m.
other tour opener, A$AP Rocky. Back to Poetic Justice in just a second. On October 24th, Effin' Problems dropped as a single off of A$AP Rocky's album, and it featured 2 Chainz on the hook alongside Drake and Kendrick on the verses. This would be the last time we would ever hear the two rap on the same song together, and probably the last time we will ever hear it happen. There are actually a bunch of different stories when it comes to the making of Effin' Problems, so I'm only going to go into what was publicly said and the stories that have been told from the multiple perspectives. I'm not going to necessarily jump into conspiracies that do surround this song and Poetic Justice in this video, but let me know if you want me to do a separate video about that stuff. 2 Chainz said he recorded a hard-ass verse for the song, which Drake then chopped up for the hook alongside 40 on the production. But since Drake wasn't in album cycle, he said he wanted to give it to a popping artist at the time, and the first person he thought of was Kendrick. Initially, Kendrick pitched Drake on Poetic Justice for his album, but Drake said he actually wanted to get on Effin' Problems and wanted Kendrick to put that on his debut album. Drake felt like Poetic Justice was the typical soft song for him to get on and wanted to switch it up. But
again, what I say earlier, this nigga was trying to change his image. He did not want to appear to be the soft rapper anymore. He didn't want to be. And look, the proof is right here. The proof is right here.
once Kendrick explained the concept of his album and how it all tied together, he told Drake it wouldn't fit anywhere on the album and still wanted him on Poetic Justice. And he did record a verse there. But why let a hit record go to waste? So instead, Drake offered it to his second tour opener, A$AP. In this same interview, he actually called Kendrick a genuine friend. DJ Head on The Bigger Picture actually said that it was Kendrick who gave away a hit record with Effin' Problems. But when I tweeted about this and the song recently, Punch from TDE replied and said this: "From what I remember, Drake had the record first with the 2 Chainz."
Another example of DJ Head never knowing what the fuck he's talking about. I wish him and them glasses would shut the fuck up.
He wanted Dot to use it for his album, and he was going to put a verse on it instead of doing Poetic Justice. He also wanted to put Rocky on it. So Dot did a verse and told him to give it to Rocky and to still do Poetic Justice. Then producer 1985 replied to my tweet and said, "The actual story is that Drake made the song and gave it to Rocky. Drake literally produced the song with 40. This is the first time Drake publicly used the name Champagne Papi. It's produced by 40 and C Papi." And if you look on the credits, it's true. C Papi is listed as a producer, and that might be because of the way Drake chopped up that sample and put 2 Chainz on the hook. A$AP said that the song was like a Club Paradise reunion tour record. What I am really curious about is what happened on that tour, or if something happened to get in the way of Drake and Kendrick's friendship, because it's clear that during that tour, they're both speaking highly of each other and seem to have at least a relationship. Did Kendrick see something behind the scenes? Did something happen? Did Drake say something to him? Did him and Drake just have a natural falling out? Maybe they just didn't vibe that much once they spent more time together. That happens too. But one interesting thing that is worth noting is that when I spoke to Glasses Malone during an episode of The Bigger Picture, I asked him about when people actually knew that Drake had ghostwriters, specifically when Kendrick might have known this. And Glasses said it would have been around 2011, 2012, which would have been right around the time that this tour happened. At that time, were there rumblings that you knew of within the Cash Money crew that you knew he had people working with him, or it wasn't till later that you had heard those rumors.
The first person that brought it to my attention, and I don't know if this right to snitch on him, is Dot. Dot is the first person that brought it to my attention.
Do you think Kendrick, when he said that to you, was he disappointed? Like, because basically, like, I've been studying this whole, like, was Kendrick disappointed?
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. I called the nigga a liar.
Mm-hmm. That's true. That's true. That's a fact.
I didn't quite understand what pop meant, like what pop was. Like, now I'm like, God damn it. You know what I mean? It made perfect sense. But when he first said that, I was like, hell no, man. I'm watching this dude do his thing. Like, you know, at that time, I'm still just kind of looking at him like somebody.
I wasn't referring to glasses Malone. I was referring to the glasses DJ Head wears. But yeah, fuck glasses too. Fuck glasses Malone too. He annoying too.
Else at the label, you know what I mean? Like, shit, Tiger writing his own shit, Nick writing her own shit. Like, I'm thinking Cuz doing the same. And when Dot said it, remember, then I heard King Kunta. So I'm like, this is about Cuz.
So one theory I do have is that Kendrick would have been looking at Drake as the guy who did have the crown for their generation at that point, and he really did want it. And he was willing to work his ass off to make sure that he was viewed by his generation as that guy. But Glasses said that once Kendrick found that out, he was very disappointed. And doing all this research, hearing Kendrick speak about how he wanted to be greatest, I could see him actually genuinely being crushed, especially if I was crushed as a fan that Drake had writers when I found that out. Kendrick, who had worked with Dr. Dre at this point, who has had a bunch of ghostwriters in the past, but he looked at him more as a producer. It's not like he was shocked that ghostwriting happened. He even said he came in the game as a ghostwriter, which I didn't know exactly who he was referring to when he said that. But I think he was looking at his generation and his competition. He had listed Drake as his competition as well as a peer. I think he was looking at them like, damn, I thought you were doing the exact same thing that I was doing in the sense of putting in this work with the pen. And once he realized he wasn't in the same way that Kendrick was, I think he might have actually genuinely been disappointed. Now, that still doesn't, to me, justify any sort of like hatred towards him. So I think something else had to have happened. I think disappointment is different than disdain. And maybe the Control verse the next year and everything that would happen to follow that, you know, amplified his feelings and Drake taking that in a sensitive manner. But I don't know. Let me know if you think something else happened on this tour, or if any of the reactors have any other information. Feel free to add that to the story. Now, in terms of the Poetic Justice song, it fit perfectly into the context of Kendrick's album. It did become a hit song. It reached number 26 on the US Billboard Hot 100 and number 6 on Billboard's Hot Rap Songs list. And the song is 2 times platinum. Now, there is a whole theory here, and shout out to Anthony and his wife for coming up with this, that involves Kendrick being Drake's ghostwriter and writing Drake's verse on Poetic Justice for him. Now, I'm not going to dive into that theory in this specific video, but one thing that I think is interesting no matter what, even when you do think of Drake writing this verse himself, Kendrick could have known that Drake had ghostwriters at this time if we go by Glasses Malone's timeline. So having the line in there, that's basically the pre-hook line, which I wouldn't consider ghostwriting, but a lot of times if a hook has a pre-chorus, a singer or a rapper will repeat it just in terms of the structure of the song. But to have those bars in there where he says, I can never right my wrongs unless I write them down for real, Kendrick may have done that intentionally, and it may have been for Drake to diss himself in that specific bar. But it would be interesting if Drake knew that Kendrick knew, then that would be something as a rapper, I feel like Drake would question, like, yo, why'd you put this line in here? Do you know? So I can't imagine that Drake knew Kendrick knew, you know?
Jeremy, we're talking about the same person who misinterpreted Mother I Sober. Like, it's not far-fetched that he misinterpreted or didn't understand what it meant. It's not far-fetched.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. This whole thing is kind of strange to me, and there's a lot of missing pieces still. So let me know what you think about this whole thing in the comments. And if you want me to do a separate video about this, I will. In an interview with VH1 at the time, Kendrick said that him and Drake's verses are about specific people. He said, my vibe with Drake is real cool. This track was really bringing out the best of pulling out pure honesty on a track. We're talking about specific people. That's something he's great at, and something I figure myself at being great at, you know, just telling the story. The music video for Poetic Justice is super interesting as well. And shout out to Anthony for pointing this out in their video. It does say enemigo on screen right before Drake's verse, which in Spanish is enemy. So I don't know. That is an interesting thing to place on screen during that video. Again, I don't know. Kendrick is very intentional, so I'd be interested to know why he put that on screen. Also to note, in the video, Kendrick did want to make it a point to have a darker skinned woman as the lead in the music video. He even said this: I always kept in the back of my mind, like, you don't ever see this tone of a woman in videos. No disrespect, I love all women, period. But at the same time, I still feel like it needs that balance. In December, Kendrick also featured on ASAP's.
They said Kendrick was pandering. He was pandering.
One Train on another one of the best posse cats of all time. But I personally think Big Crit had the best verse on that. Let me know who you thought in the comments below had the best verse on One Train. But the next year gets even more interesting. In 2013, Drake is working on Nothing Was the Same. Cole is working on Born Sinner, and his competition with Kanye heats up. And Kendrick's competitive spirit heats up the entire game. While Kendrick has the crown in 2012, the big three is getting more competitive by the year. Next year, you won't want to miss. But that is it for this video. If you did enjoy this, let me know your favorite.
Shout out to Jeremy. You got about like 10 strikes in this video, but it was a good video. Again, you're doing an amazing job with this series, but the 10 strikes, this video is outrageous. Out-fucking-rageous. Okay? Hopefully, we don't have any strikes in the next video. I would appreciate it if we don't have any strikes in the next video. I really would, especially since the next video is like an hour and 30-some minutes. And then the last one, well, the most recent one is an hour. But yeah, cousins, shout out to y'all for sticking around. We got another long stream under our belt. 4 hours and almost 30 minutes. I appreciate all of y'all pulling up and chilling with me. Definitely. Thank you to everybody who's liked the video. Thank you for everybody who's left a comment in the chat and donated to the goal today. Y'all enjoy the rest of y'all night. I got to get up early, so I'm ending the stream. But tomorrow, like I said, 5 p.m. Eastern time, we're gonna come back and we're gonna finish the last two, or the last most recent ones, and we're gonna get to those tomorrow at around 5 p.m. I'll set up the stream early so y'all know ahead of time when to pull up, like I did today. I think that's more helpful for everybody. But y'all enjoy the rest of y'all night. Y'all be safe, and I will talk to y'all later.
Hey cousin, who you chillin' with? I'm chillin' with Monie. Hey cousin, who you chillin' with? I'm chillin' with Monie.